make a last test. Can you say hi? With voice, guys. Hello, Toma. Well, that's okay. I was asking to say hi by the microphone to hear your voices. Hello, Nuria. Hello, Guillermo.
Oh. Hello.
Nice. Right. Okay. Let's do something. Well.
Hola.
Hello, Gerard.
Hola.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I think I heard a little bit of echo. Try to mute yourself if you are not going to talk. Okay. So let's compartir y to show this. That's okay, so all of you can see the presentation. Yeah, that's right, perfect. So I lose all webcams. This is a kind of promise, you know? You just connect in a minute. That's okay. I only want to see some faces. That's okay. No worries. So I see your screen. I think that you will need to see it, to watch it here on the same software, isn't it? When I make when I share my screen, you automatically need to watch it on your computer. Have to change from the chat. You are on your mobile phone. Jaume. That's okay. So Nuria fix it. Okay, so let's begin. Welcome to the what will be probably the best subject of the entire grade of video game design and video game development, isn't it? Maybe this will sound a little bit big because you have a lot of different subjects, but I think that at the very end of the course you will agree with me that this, if it's not the best subject on the degree, it will be one of the best subjects. I am pretty sure of this. And if not, I say it anyway. Okay? For me, it is because it's my subject. And it's a subject that usually people, when they are studying their degrees, for sure when they are studying like telecommunications, or computer science or mathematics or something like this, for sure they are not going to see neither from far a subject like this. In these degrees about video games, sometimes you can see on the list of subjects of the degree something about narrative, something about writing a script, but to learn how to create a world, their inhabitants, a cast of characters and a good adventure, it's not a common subject. This is a subject that we design right for this degree because we believe that this kind of subjects are going to give to you who have a very specific technical profile. This kind of subjects are going to give you some soft skills that you will need on the design perspective. And we know that many of you have this kind of double profile as a technical coder, programmer, or something like that. Not very artists, but coder, programmer, or something like that. And then, in the other hand, you have this kind of designer pulsations. You know, you got this kind of designer projection. I don't know exactly how many people we are on the class today, but I really want to know how many of you are considering to specialize on game design, level design, world building, narrative, or at least mixed one. I want to be coder, but with a strong skills on game design or level design. So let me. Yeah, you can write mixed here. Okay, a bunch of them. That's alright, that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 for sure, and some others, 10, 12. That's okay, at least 25% of people, maybe a little bit more. I need to also mix those two only if I can. Yeah, sure, you can. You should, in fact. Well, let's take a look. Today it's going to be a soft session, you know, a presentation session of what you are going to learn on this subject. So maybe we are going to end this session a little bit earlier. Yeah, I am not very sure because you can remember me from Game Design 1. I really like to talk, and I usually need more time than I really have. Okay, but let's take a look on, first of all, for people who don't know me, who I am, very quickly, and then we are going to take a look on the syllabus, all the themes that we are going to learn here on the subject, and finally we can take a look to the grading process. The grading process will be a little bit complex because if you as you may know, this subject is divided in 2 blocks. I am going to give you the first block and Lasse-Loffe. Did you know Lasse-Loffe? You have Lasse-Loffe last year? Yeah, sure. I have a very bad memory, you know. Yeah, perfect. So we are going to share this subject among Lasse and me, and then the grading, you know, the levers that you will need to give us are going to be some kind of mixed theory between my topics and their topics. I hope that you will find it easy because it's our goal, it's our mission to make you easy. You know, in other years we usually expect from our students that give us different delivers for each block, you know. But at this, I think the last year was the first year that we decided to make only one deliver for the 2 blocks. That you just need to take a look on the documents that I am going to show you today that are already uploaded on the Campus Virtual. Take a look to the checklist of each one of the blocks. What is demanding each one of the blocks, and just give us one deliver. I'm going to explain this in English and in Spanish because I don't want to say anything that it's wrong or any mistake or any kind of trouble. There is, I think that, you know, that I really like to switch to Spanish. I am going to force myself this year to speak in English all the time if it's possible. The only thing I want to know if there is anyone who only speaks in English. Isn't Isa? Todos habláis castellano al menos, ¿no? Perfecto. ¿Y català? ¿Hay alguien que no entienda el catalán? L'únic que us sapigués si hi ha algú que no entengui el català. That's right. Crec que there is no one who only speak English or who only speak Spanish. Isn't so I can switch from English to Spanish and to Catalan. That's perfect. Sometimes I'm going to switch, you know that. Languages are not my best skill, you know. But I try to do my best. So let's take a look. First of all, we are going to take a look on a biopic, then a syllabus, and then finally to methodology and grading on this part of the subject. So who I am? My name is Joan Josep Pons López. I studied a degree on history many years ago, and I am currently studying a degree on psychology and another degree on anthropology. I started with anthropology some years ago, and a couple of years ago with psychology. I am studying on these two degrees at the same time, step by step. Then I make a master on read books and all libraries. That's a very strange thing, isn't it? You know, it's a very strange profile. But I am a library lover. You have me the last year. You know that I really like to show you lots of books, and this is a kind of thing that I really like, so I share it with my students. I think that the history degree helped me a lot to create different worlds and different settings and different places, because I have a lot of knowledge of how the world evolves, coming from the hunter-collector times to nowadays civilizations, and these kind of things are really interesting and important if you want to create a world, your world. Then these other degrees that I study, psychology and anthropology, can help me a lot also. So most of all anthropology, because I can understand the different cultures, traditions, religions, and all these kind of things that are important when you are not only creating the orography and the geography of a world, even creating their inhabitants, the people who lives there. And believe me, the people who lives in our world are really weird, are really strange. They have a really strange traditions and rituals and secret societies and mystery cults and all these kind of things that we are going to study this course, unless with me. Okay. So the master on rare books and all libraries give me good knowledge on the documentation, on how to search for documentation and how to create good works, good papers, good studies about things. So some of you are thinking on make your TFGs with me and already talk with me, and I think it's okay. I directed a lot of TFGs along my career. I think the last year I directed 12 TFGs. There is a lot. This is a lot of TFGs, and I am really happy directing TFGs. So if you are interested on game design, level design, world building, procedural content generation, or all these kind of things, narrative, all these kind of things that I am interested also. So you can contact with me and we can talk of your proposal, of your TFG proposal, and if it meets and fits with my interests, and you create a good initial proposal, we can start talking about direct your TFG. I have a limited slots each year. I don't want to get more than, I don't know, 8 TFGs, because I need time for each one of them, and I don't want to get so many. So if you are interested on these topics, contact with me quickly. If you can, not only the last year, you start talking with me this year. Okay, that's because I am talking about TFG with you right now. Yeah, I said procedural content generation, procedural narrative generation. You know, I think that all of you know what it's procedural. If you have some time, we are going to have a session about procedural narrative and this kind of things. You know, how to create histories based on the user experience, different histories each time that you play the game, histories who are controlled by an algorithm, by the machine. This is a question that I really like to talk with you one of these days. Not today because we don't have so many time today, but start thinking on one of the questions that it's maybe my highlight, my top question on the last couple of years when I become PhD student. As you can see on the presentation right now, at the same time that I am studying these 2 degrees, I am on my course of becoming PhD, doctorate, and my main goal is try to answer this question: can a machine create a history who is believable and undetectable for a human mind? Pot una màquina crear una història que sigui creïble i indetectable conforme s'ha creat per una màquina, per una ment humana? I am researching this thing in a very interesting group, the game group on the UOC, una universitat oberta de Catalunya. This is maybe not the last, the unique, the only research group focused on video games here in Spain, and there are a lot of interesting researchers there on this group. I really encourage you to take a look on it. And that's all. That's what I am just studying. I am studying all the time. You know that I have, I don't know, like 2,000 books about game design, narrative, films, and all these kind of things I really like. I really like to write scripts too. So this is a nice subject also. And from now till the end of the course, remember that in all my presentations, I usually link you the important things on blue. So if you want to go to the game website, you can click on the game, etc., etc. Or if you want to see the subjects that I studied on the master, or anthropology, psychology, history, you can click here. You can click everywhere. When you see a blue link, it's because I am offering you some links to take a look. Okay? I don't know exactly if I upload you the. Let me take a look 1 minute to watch if I upload you this presentation. Just 1 second. Materials buido. Give me a minute, and I am going to upload you the presentation. Okay? Tell me things. I want to hear voices, please. I feel really alone. Nuria, you say something about you create 3 games in a summer? Hello there. Well, please explain to us with your voice, with your fantastic morning voice of being awake in a couple of minutes.
Okay, well, I actually have been working on 4 games, but one of them didn't work out because it was like, well, my goal was to work on games that already exist, as you said last year, and make modifications to them so they can be played differently. So I chose, for example, 4 in a row, but this one didn't work out because the mechanics were too simple and it was too similar to the original game. So I have at least not really discarded it, but put it on hold until I think of something better to do. Then I have been working on a video game with three friends, and well, we have decided with our friends to not talk about it, since we want to make it serious, and it's kind of not secret, but well, to maintain our ideas and everything like that. Then I have also been working on the economics, and I have changed. I don't know how to say it, but instead of buying or having to have all of the ingredients, because I went to Jupiter or the store Jupiter and did a playtest with some of them, and well, they told me how to improve it, like having less cards and not many mechanics, make it more simple, and that's what I did. So instead of having this long list, you have now a shorter list, and it's overall more simple. And then the last one, it's kind of a bingo with riddles, so it's more focused on it. And well, basically you have like a tablero, I don't know how to say it in English, and you have cards that you have to choose how to put them. And these cards are drawings, and they are related to a riddle. So for example, you have oro no, oro parece, plátano es. ¿Qué es? And you have a drawing of a banana.
Yeah.
And you have different mechanics, but the idea is that you have to think what the answer is, and then put something on the card, and you can also take others points, and like I want to make it easy, but at the same time to make children think. And
Yeah, that's right. So you have a very buzzy summer, isn't?
well,
You don't-
it was fun.
Yeah, sure. I think that you don't know that summer is for rest, you know? Have
Yeah,
a
but-
rest as well. That's okay. Do you have any prototype that we can test or take a look one of these days?
I have the design of the last game, the kids game, but I still have to write, like, design the cards. So I have all the riddles, I have the cards with the drawings, but I don't have the cards with the riddles, and they have to be mixed and everything. But once I've done it, I can show it to you if you want.
Yeah. For sure. As you can remember from the last year, I really want that you make some presentations. I really like if these presentations are voluntary, you know, but usually I am going to just tell you, okay, you are going to make a presentation about this thing. When you have one of these games a little bit more developed, or when you feel that you can show the design of one of these games in a couple of slides or 4 slides, like, you don't know, 10 minutes of presentation, no more, you can have a presentation, you know, and we are going to give you feedback and to consider your design and all these things. Okay?
Sure, maybe I can finish one in 2 weeks. I only have to do the design, so it's fine. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but I'm not sure either, because I have things to do, so yeah.
Yeah, all of us have things to do. But well,
Yeah, but this weekend I applied to the Garage Stories and Top Barcelona, so like this weekend I will not be able to do it.
okay, perfect. So I hope that you have luck. I think that you don't need luck as well. La suerte favorece a los audaces, a los temerarios, a los valientes. Que decía Virgilio. Let's go. So I upload. Thank you very much, Nuria. I upload to you in the Campus Virtual in a drive that has the name of Session Materials Joan, your first PDF of this presentation, syllabus and grading. Okay? Can you check it, please, and tell me if you can open it and see it well?
It's there. I think it works fine.
It's fine, that's okay. So you can now click on the links if you really want it. Okay?
Yeah, I can see.
Perfect. So as I tell you what I study and what I am studying right now. I am teacher here on the system, teacher of game design 1, game design 2, and if you want, level design. This is a thing that is really strange for me because usually level design is a core subject on all the video game degrees, but I don't know why, it's strange. Here on the system, it's an optional subject. In fact, 3 years ago when I started teaching on the CDM, 4 years ago, this subject doesn't exist. And when I talked with Beatriz and David, who was the last director of the CDM, I told to them, hey, you really need to have a subject about level design because this is super important and this is one of the main branches of game design right now. And they told me that, okay, if you can build up an entire subject from scratch, we are going to give you. So right now we have this subject. This is the 3rd year that we are going to, to explain it, to show it to our students. And if you want, in your last year, you can take it. I really encourage you that even if you don't want to be game designers or nothing related, you make this subject because it's not only about becoming level designer or game designer. It's super important for coders, it's super important for everyone for producers, for example, for everyone who work on a video game, have this basic knowledge about level design, okay? That's right. So, I am teacher also on not only the degrees, I am teacher on the master, also we have some sessions there on the master of creació de jocs AAA, desenvolupament de videojocs AAA. I am also a teacher on NT. I think that you know what is NT. NT is the same thing that CITEM, but for the University of Barcelona. In this university, in this faculty, I am teacher of game design, I am teacher of level design, and well, right at this moment of these two subjects, but they have a lot of different degrees. There is on the artist degree and the coders or programmers degree, and then the subjects are, twin. I make them twice, and I am teacher on Technocampus. Technocampus is from the University in Pompeu Fabra, and there I am teacher of level design. So as you can see, I think I am teacher of level design, game design, and narrative in video games in what I consider the 3 most important universities here in Catalonia. So, well, I have a lot of students, I need to say, like 200 students each year. This is a lot of work, but I think that it's really nice also because, as you may remember from the last year, one of the things that I really enjoy the most, it's not only to teach you all the things that I know, even to learn things coming from you. I learn a lot of things each year coming from my students. I really like when you come to class and say, hey Joan, I discovered this thing, or I was searching on internet, or I was learning anything, and I end up finding these things or looking for this thing, and I want to show it on classroom. And when I learn something new, I am really happy, So don't feel shy to share your knowledge with me and with the other students. That's right. Well, I am teacher on other places, maybe not so much important, like quieres or Thief, when I teach C# and Unity. or years when I teach core game loops and in-app purchases. It is a una escola empresarial, business school. So in this place where I teach things more related to production and money. And I was teacher on the University of Barcelona for 15 years before I become teacher of the video game degrees. I worked and I am working on different studios on the last years. I was working on Arcade Games as a creative director a couple of years ago. The last year I was working as a producer and game designer on Upstream. And right now we are developing a RPG, with blockchain technology in Juegando, where I am consultant, producer, and game designer, and one of the owners. But what I really like is to teach, For sure you need to work somewhere in creating games if you pretend to teach how to create games. But this is another discussion that we are going to have another day. What I really like is to have to be here. Well, this is a picture, for example, of one of our playtesting sessions on Berlin 4 or 5 years ago. I can't remember exactly. I don't know if you... Let us what I say. You had Ricardo, isn't? Recloading good, profe, no? Okay. Well, this first company we built it up with Rick, making VR games, VR experiences for high executives of big companies. Perfect. So I am going to launch with Rick today. We almost meet every Monday. It's fine if you want to know it. He's working for Smilegate. Did you know who is Smilegate? No one knows who is Smilegate. Smilegate. Well, but you really need to know. Did you know which one? I think that I'll tell you last year, but I am not pretty sure. Did you know which one is the most played game on 2019? How many people play it, and which one is the most played game on 2019? Yeah, Frank, Crossfire. And Crossfire, did you know how many people play it? Can you remember? I think that we was talking about this thing the last year. Yeah, I say it, isn't it? Can you remember how many people played this game? Okay, no? 20 millions for maybe 20 millions. I think that you are really conservative. 20 million people it's playing, I don't know, any kind of shit game. 2 billions. Tampoco es eso. In 2019 was playing 660 million people. 660 millions de personas. But this was like 2 years ago. I think that right now there will be like 700 or 800 people playing this game. If you take a look on the world population, it's around 7.5 billion people. 10% of the population of the world is playing Crossfire right now. 1 of 10 people. This is a lot of people. This is absolutely amazing. Well, the studio who developed Crossfire is Smilegate, and they open a studio here in Barcelona. That's because Ricardo ya no es profesor allá, because they lure Ricardo to become their CTO, and they open a studio. I think it was in last January, at the beginnings of this year. Okay, so Ricardo is there, and it's hiring people. A couple of good students of the last year were presented by me to Ricardo and say to Ricardo, hey man, you need to hire these two students because they are really good. So make a push, try to focus, try to work hard, because there are a lot of people here in Barcelona right now here hiring. There is not only Ricardo with the most important company on the world right now hiring. This is a good fact, isn't it? But he is not the only one. There are a lot of people. There is Ubisoft hiring hundreds of people in the next couple of years. There is Paradox Interactive. I have a very good friend in Paradox Interactive, one of the CEOs. I was lunching with him like I don't know exactly before the summer, and he was talking to me that they really need a lot of people. Paradox Río Tinto se han puesto, ¿sabes? Como dices, tío, estás en Barcelona, no hace falta que le pongas Río Tinto. But well, make a push. Hard work here, and you will probably have work before you end your degree. I need to tell you that I am only going to move for, ¿cómo se dice? Promocionar? No. Recomendar. I am only going to make recommendations on profiles that really work hard, unless with me. I'm not pretty sure what you do in other subjects. Okay? Well, Jaume, you have like 2,000 hours in Paradox Games. It's a plus. I am pretty sure. I think that if you have good grades in this degree, I can recommend you for sure, safely. Listen, and it's not really a plus to know Korean. Well, if you want to become one of the CTOs or one of the directors on this studio, it will become a plus for sure. But they speak really well English also. That's right. Well, we spent a couple of years, maybe 3 years, making this game, making this experience with this submarine. This was really funny. I enjoyed it a lot. I learned a lot about user experience, user reactions, player psychology, this kind of things, because this game was focused on trying to arouse emotions and feelings on their players. This was a really interesting project for me. I learned a lot here, and I really enjoyed my work as a creative director, trying to mix art, coding, design, user experience, playtesting, feedback sessions, and all these kind of things. Okay, that's right. Which one are other interests that I have? Well, I am a member of the board of Ludo, or I was for a long time. Ludo is l'associació de creadors de jocs de taula d'Espanya. I think that you will remember this thing from the last year, because I told you, I was part of the committee of organization of DAO. DAO is the Festival Internacional de Jocs de Taula de Barcelona. And I am a really passionate and collector of role-playing games and board games, and I have a lot of them. And you will see some of them here. These ones are from my daughter. Did you remember my daughter, Nara? That's the point on this presentation, that you need to say yes, even if you don't know. That's right, perfect. Boy, I really want to read. Well, Nara made a draw for you today. She told me yesterday, I'm going to make a draw for your student because it's your fifth day. And I say, you are the best daughter the father can have. Yeah, it's her gift, I am pretty sure. I tell to her that come here to say hello, but she was a little bit shy this morning, so. But she's going to do it, I am pretty sure. So, I really like this thing. I am playing role-playing games for the last 30 years. 30 años jugando a videojuegos. A juegos de rol. I play every week with my friends, with Mark, with Israel, with Victor, who is all the time on the couch drinking beers, with Ali, who is my wife, and we are playing in the same group. Toda esta gente íbamos a la misma clase del cole, desde los 4 años hasta los 14. And then we start playing role-playing games, and we keep in contact for the last 30 years, por los últimos 30 años. And we're still playing right now in the same group. What means this? This means that if we play once every week, and we have an adventure once every week, so we have like 50 adventures, 52 adventures each year, you know, that means that we played 600, 700 adventures in the last 30 years. And as you may guess, I am the game master of this little group, so I designed these 700 games, to say something, these 700 adventures. And I have a really analytic mind, so each time that I design an adventure, I collect feedback of my players. In fact, Ricardo was one of these players for a long time. I was playing with Ricardo role-playing games for like 10 years before he go to Frankfurt to work in Crytek, you know. And right now we still play sometimes. He comes to play with us sometimes, and I come to play with him because he is game master also. Well, that's a really important thing in a world-building subject, to have a good background, creating adventures, creating settings. We will see what it means to a setting. A setting is a world, it's a place, you know. Creating characters, creating character arcs, you know, creating adventures, and creating all of this kind of thing. Yeah, this is something super important. You can see on this picture a shelf on my, you know, man cave. One of these days I am going to give you this class from my man cave, and you will see all the books and things. All of these things are role-playing books, you know. It will be interesting. This is a hook that I launch you, because every year I do it, and every year it works. I think it works well, you know. The last year was really one of the best years on this thing. And one of the things that we can do is to play role-playing games. Paper and pen role-playing games. Nowadays we need to say digital paper and pen role-playing games, because we cannot meet physically, but we can play online. There are a couple of good platforms like Roll20 or Fantasy Playgrounds, and we can play role-playing games. If you are interested, and remember that I always think that you are mature, you are, you know, you're so grandettes, you know. Every time that I told you one of these things, you will need to get the initiative and create the things by yourself. That's okay? So the hook is, you want to play role-playing games, paper and pen role-playing games, like, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, like Dungeons and Dragons, like RuneQuest, like the Call of Cthulhu, like Cyberpunk, like Shadowrun, this kind of very well-known paper and pen role-playing games. Well, make a group, tell me, and we can schedule one day each week to play a little game, una partideta, ¿vale? If you want, I can create these adventures for you and become game master for this semester. Then you will need to get the ¿cómo es diu? Testimonio testigo. I don't know how to do in English how to say to get the. Then llavors haureu d'agafar vosaltres el testigo and become game masters yourself, because becoming game masters of your pass the baton, that's okay. So pass the baton, nunca me habéis imaginado que se llamaba así, pero bueno. And become game masters yourself and try to create your own adventures and create your little group of friends and try to play. This is a must. This is a super important soft skill for who wants to become narrative game designer, world builder, even level designer, because each one of the games is a level, you know, and can be conceptualized and think it as a level. We will see these things in deep in level design also, but we will start scratching these things on this subject, on world building. Okay, I'm going to, or at least I will try to teach you how to create a world, but how to create an adventure inside this world. Okay. Pass the button. Me suena esto un poco a traductor automático, pero bueno, no estoy muy seguro. Which other interest I have? I am telling you all these things because I really like to talk with students, and not only in the class. I really like to talk with them also outside the class. So if you have some of these interests, we can talk, we can chat, whatever you want. Okay. Confirmo que es fiable. Gracias, Víctor. Muy bien, perfecto. So, as you may know, history, anthropology, and psychology are three of my best or well-known topics or subjects. So I'm really interested in anything that is related to these topics. If you are interested also, we can chat about them. I am really interested on read books. I am really interested on narrative and storytelling, not only a narrative and storytelling about video games or in video games. I really like in the storytelling on films, how to write a script, and this is super related to video games also if you want to work on this business, I really like the procedural generation. Did you know what is procedural generation? I think I gave you a clue a couple of minutes ago. Yes, Guillem. So tell us what means procedural generation, Guillem. Not write it, just activate your microphone. Remember that you need to talk on this class. I really hate to talk alone. What means procedural?
Procedural generation is when you develop some kind of algorithm that just creates an infinite something for you. For example, a typical example is Minecraft, that is procedurally generated using, for example, a coding noise. So it's something that it's like new every time. So it offers really new dynamics to. For example, I think that last year we saw like procedurally generated videos, which were kind of crazy. So yeah. I guess, and also narrative that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, well, narrative is a really green field right now. There is so few people trying to make it because it's really hard. But I don't know, making maps, making characters, making items, making videos. I watch a couple of things also. There is a lot of people right now, not a lot, but there's a bunch of them, of people right now making procedural music. This is a really interesting field, and for sure it's not outside of concern. There is a lot of people concerned about procedural generation. Es el síndrome de Frankenstein, ¿no? El odio a las máquinas. If I said a couple of minutes ago, can a machine create a good history, believable for the reader or for the player? If at some point I can say yes, a lot of people who right now it's working writing down narratives for video games or books, even books, will be really concerned and really worried. A ver si la máquina me va a quitar el curro, no? Because the most important thing here is our level designers, for example. There are a lot of level designers who has a lot of skills making levels, but right now the most advanced field of procedural generation is the procedural generation of levels, places, dungeons. The dungeon procedural generation has a long tradition and history. What means procedural, as you say, is that means to create an algorithm, and an algorithm means a set of rules. Based on a set of rules, I can create something. We can say that the set of rules is like a kind of blueprint, a kind of template, and then with this template, throw in a couple of dices or making a couple of random choices, I can create new content. This content can be different characters, you know. I am pretty sure that many of you play it role-playing games where you can click your random generation character button, isn't? And create new characters. Well, the same thing. It's used to create worlds. It's used to create spaces, levels. You know, it's used to create items. If you play Diablo, for example, or this kind of action role-playing games, you may notice really quickly that all the items and the loot that it's created by the game, it's created in a procedural way. Fuck. Santiago, tell us what means fuck. Nothing. That's okay. Well, cada cop que ho escriviu o digueu algo que no, that I don't understand, I am going to ask you for sure, okay? Other things that I am interested in, for example, blockchain games. Blockchain games it's the thing that I am most interested right now. I think that I told you a couple of things about blockchain games last year. In a year, this field grows a lot and gives us a lot of window opportunities and a lot of chances to create really cyberpunk things. I don't want to spend so many time right now explaining what blockchain games mean, but if you don't know what it is, take a look to it, because this can become the future, coming with the handheld by the cloud platforms, you know. Blockchain games, in few words, can give you the opportunity to own your own digital assets. For example, when you are playing World of Warcraft and developing one character, you know, one avatar, this avatar is always on the servers of Blizzard, and if one of these days Blizzard close these servers, you are going to lose your avatar and to lose all the time and all the hours that you spend on this game. But this is not only happening on MMORPGs or online games. This is happening also on one-player games, like, I don't know, if you are playing Skyrim for 700 hours like me, then when you switch off your console or your computer, you lose all this time. When you uninstall your game, you lose all this data, you know. Blockchain games give you the opportunity to save your digital assets, your characters, your items, your, I don't know, anything that you can use in a video game, like a car in a car game, in a racing game, you know. You can save it in a pen, you know, and you will have always the ownership of these digital assets. Yeah, 700 hours only, but remember that I have children and I used to play through video games, okay? It means a lot for me. I am very guilty of playing 700 hours to Skyrim like 5 or 6 years ago, maybe a little bit. Well, blockchain games, can you feel the power of owning your own digital assets? Yeah, that's super important. That's super important, and we are the game that I told you a couple of slides ago. This game, Dungeon Dawn, I am developing a prototype with this idea. The idea of creating a fantasy RPG with blockchain technology, you know, with blockchain technology to give the players the ownership of your digital assets. Then you, with these assets, can do whatever you want. You can, you know, sell it to other people, give it to your friends, or just decide to destroy it if you want. That's an interesting thing, really linked with other thing, interoperability. I am explaining to you all these things because I think that these really green fields and these really new fields are really interesting places to start thinking about your TMGs. Your TFGs are super important. Why are super important your TFGs? Because all of you needs to succeed on the same bunch of subjects, okay? Tots teniu que fer la mateixa assignatura. So the thing that really differentiate you from the other students on your same degree, because at the very end you will have your degree title, I can't remember exactly, accreditation or title, and it's the same paper for everybody. But when you go to an interview in a studio, and you will be asked about your, and if you are not asked, you should expose your work, your specific work on the TFG on this interview. This will be linked usually with the kind of works that you apply. If you really like narrative game design, systems game design, economy game design, level design, you will apply to works with this subject or with these topics. And if you create a good TFG on the same field that you later on will look for work, you will have a plus. And this is super important. So, one really good advice that I can give you on this third year of your degree is to start thinking on your TFG, as I said before. Okay? Because a lot of people leave it for the last quarter of the last year, and they are creating, I don't want to say bad TFGs, but not really good TFGs. Okay? Just do it because I need to do it. I want my title, so I don't want to spend more time on this. But if you spend a little bit of time before the last year, you will have your path well prepared, and I think that you will end up with a really good TFG that will help you in the future to get work. Okay, did you understand me, guys? I am going to ask for feedback sometimes, because I am talking, as I said, with my water bottle. I am feel really alone. I si voleu m'ho podeu dir també per veu. No me voy a cansar, sabeu que sóc infatigable, Nice. What means interoperability? Interoperability means that this digital asset that you own on your pen drive or on your, I don't know, whatever you want, on your hard drive, on your computer, you can use it to play another game. For example, if I am playing in a fantasy RPG game and I create a really nice warrior of level, I don't know, 85, at some point, at some point this game closes, I want to transform this level 85 warrior in a Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo, in another game. Well, this works with a standard of metadata and can be translated easily if you have this standard of metadata, for sure, and I am developing this standard of metadata for a lot of studios right now. And you can use it in other games. So you are creating like an ecology of games, or ecosystem of games. This is what means interoperability. I directed a really nice TFG from Pau.net this year about interoperability. It was only a first contact, a first touch to the topic, but it's really interesting. I think in the future will be super interesting. I am really interested in user experience on how people create his own meta-narratives. Any of you knows or with his intuition can explain us what will mean meta-narrative? Pausa dramática. Let's go. So meta-narratives are the kind of histories that you create when you are playing video games, coming from the point of view of the player itself. When you go to the forums and you get your avatar's personality, I'm going to give you an example. For example, Many years ago, we were playing EverQuest. EverQuest is one MMORPG, very old, from Sony, one of the first ones. Really nice RPG, really huge RPG. You know, you can never finish this game for sure. And one day we were we were attacking one tower, you know. And in this game, when you aggro one of the mobs, one of the monsters, sometimes this monster aggroes another monster, and then you end up with a kind of train of monsters coming on your back, you know, and you were running for your life, and the entire company, maybe, I can remember that this day we were playing like 3 or 4, I think Rick was there this day, Ricardo was there this day playing EverQuest. 3 or 4 of us were like running, making circles around the tower, and I don't know exactly, but 20 or 25 monsters were following us, you know. ¿Cómo es diu perseguir? Pursuing us, chasing us, trying to chase us, you know. And this was really like, I don't know, like Monty Python gag or Benny Hill sketch. You know, I can't remember exactly. The thing is that at some point one of us decided to enter the tower, you know, and start climbing the stairs inside the tower. And when we end up at the very upside of the tower, we only have one window. But the thing was that in the other side of the window there was a big tree. And of course we can stop, because if we stop, all the mobs will chase us and will kill us. So the first one on our group, who was me for sure, decided to jump the window, trying to, you know, land on one of the branches of this tree. And I do it. I really do it. I succeed. And the other players on the company do the same thing and succeed also. And all the mobs were trying to catch us, watching through the window, crying, you know. This day, we, as a players, we decided that we need to put a name on this very epic day, and we said la batalla de la ventana, el día de la batalla de la ventana. And each year, for, I don't know exactly, 3, 4, 5 years, ahora ya no sé, pero los siguientes 4 o 5 años seguimos jugando a EverQuest un día al año para recrear la batalla de la ventana. Així ens trobàvem i xerràvem una estona, and we chat a little. This is meta-narrative. These are histories created by the players. These histories are not on the narrative of the video game. Players created and players included in his own idiosyncrasies and histories, you know, and his own lives. I am very interested on user experience and meta-narrative and this kind of things. Emergent narrative, I think that maybe you will learn or read something about emergent narrative or these things, okay? And for sure I am interested in collecting games. I have hundreds of them, and world building, the creation of fantastic worlds. There are a lot of information and books about world building. Almost 99% of them are focused on creating worlds for novels, you know, for write down your novel or a book, but many of this information can be considered and can be used for video games. Right? Well, as I said, these are my players for a long time ago. Many times come some new players, and then another one drop off, you know, but they are the core, you know. And as you can see, we really like dungeons. I am really interested in dungeons also. We really like big dungeons and spending weeks and weeks and months going you know, room by room. Wow, but this is not so much narrative, isn't? This is not the kind of interpretation of role-playing interpretation games. Fuck it, I really like it. I do it anyway. And we have our long sessions of role-playing, or long sessions of working around the narratives and the back stories of our characters and his branches and anything else. But dungeons are dungeons, okay? Role-playing in game like WoW is also meta-narrative. Yes, it is, Jaume. Role-playing in games like WoW, it's meta-narrative if you break the fourth window and start talking in forums or with other people as you be your avatar, you know? Metanarrativa és quan transcendeix el propi joc. If you are only playing inside the game as your avatar, és a dir, roleplayando, you are creating an emerging narrative. A narrative that is not created by the designers, but it's created by the players, but inside the game. It's meta when you break the fourth window, you know, and you start talking with your... You know what it's LARP? We will see what it's LARP. LARP is live action role-playing games. It's people who dress and cosplay like his characters on WoW and then go to the forest, you know, and start, I don't know, battling and role-playing, but in the real world. This is meta-narrative somehow. Lightning balls, not fireballs. Lightning ball, can you remember? Yeah. yeah. I'm going to look for this video at some point and show it to you again because it's really funny. It's really funny to play these things if you really want, if you really like. Okay? And that's the free, absolutely free picture of my DeLorean, just to give you some embody. So, let's talk a little bit about the syllabus quickly, okay? What we are going to learn this year. This year we are going to learn, first of all, how to create a world. This is super important. This is maybe the core thing here. I don't really like to say it's the core thing, because I think the core thing here is how to create an adventure, and all the other things I am going to teach you are work around the idea of create an adventure. And create a world, it's a place to your adventure, okay? So the first sessions that we are going to spend were focused on, first of all, selecting a tone of fantasy and deciding what means high fantasy, what means low fantasy, what other kinds of fantasy exists, what kind of paradigms creates these models of fantasy, etc. Yeah. Then we are going to take a look on world building models. There are a couple of frameworks on how to create a world coming from the inside out or coming from the outside in. There are different authors of books and video games and IPs that use one of these models or use another one. I am going to advise you to use one of them. Then we are going to see other models of world building, like event related, a big event that creates the reality that you are living right now, or your characters are living right now. And we are going to take a look on ancient civilizations as a place to give richness and deepness to your world, to give variety. These two first sessions were focused on create a world, but we don't want a world fresh and mint. What we want is a destroyed world. So I am going to teach you how to destroy your world, because we need a threatened world. We need a world who is in troubles, so we can save it. Okay? So we are going to talk to watch some choices that you can take to destroy your world, and then you will see what kind of consequences has this kind of choices. Then in the same session we are going to talk about the cataclysm and the end up of the world. This is super important also. We need to place our players or characters in a very focused place, you know? In a very dangerous place. at least if you are talking about fantastic or science fiction genre settings, you know. If you are going to create a game about, I don't know, a shy character going to the institute for the first day, okay, maybe you don't need these kind of things. But a lot of games needs this kind of information. And we are going to talk anyway of this shy character going to the institute, because the institute is a wall itself, okay? Then in the fourth session I am going to teach you how to create maps. We are going to talk about cartography, the outside cartography like world cartography, and the inside cartography like dungeons and inside places. But the inside cartography and all these things, or all this session about maps and levels and cartography will be only an introduction to the level design subject that you should take on the future. Okay? More things. Well, when we finish our world building sessions, we will start with the inhabitants. The inhabitants are the people who live there on this world. And in fact, it's a kind of connection session, the fifth session, because we are creating the PNG, the NPCs, los PNJs, non-player characters. We are going to talk on how to create different races, cultures, societies, traditions, people who live there, okay? And then when we know what kind of people live on our world, we will start talking about to create our cast, you know, a cast, or principal characters, or protagonists, or secondary sidekicks, etc., and or antagonists. Yeah, and we are going to talk about archetypes, different roles, different classes. We are going to talk about physical traits, mental state of our characters and the other people who live there, who is important in the cast. And for sure, one of the most important things, their motivations, their goals, their desires, their background, you know, the things that move our players. This is super important, and we will learn how to design a good character who can engage our players along the whole game, along the whole history, in fact. Because as you may know, you may consider many of these things comes from the theory of how to write a book or how to create a good history or adventure. You know, the last session that we will take here on this part of the syllabus will be how to create an antagonist force, an anti-hero, a villain, a threat. This is super important, and this is, you may know, it's important to have an antagonist force, something to fight, something with I need to struggle on, okay? Something to fight, something to overcome, something that is a kind of negative mirror of the protagonist. In this second block of this subject, we will learn how to create characters. In the last block of this subject, we will start talking about video games narrative. I know that you had a subject about narrative audiovisual, no? It's important sometimes to take a look on the same topics but by different teachers, because different teachers has different backgrounds, different approximations to the same topic, and you can learn a lot of different things on the same topic but explained by different teachers. But if at some point I am repeating things that you already know, I am not going to talk to teach you the hero journey. I understand that you already know it, but I am going to teach you a lot of things that I consider super important. Most of all, because I am going to link the narrative, storytelling, and creation of adventures with all the contents that I teach you on the character creation and the world building sections. Okay? Perfect. So we are going to talk a little bit about the story structure and character arcs, what it means, how can you create engaging and interesting character arcs. You know, we are going to talk about the conflict, which is one of the most important things, one of the most important points in the history. The foundations of a conflict, the structure of a conflict, how many kinds of conflict have. I am going to teach you how to create a good conflict. I am going to teach you mission and quest design, the different kinds of, and this is one of the sessions very specific that I am going to work very specifically about video games. Okay, the different types of quests and what it means. Every one of these kinds of quests, how to work around the environment as a mission or quest giver. You know, this is super important. And finally, we will have a last blog talking about how to write down dialogues. Dialogues are super important in narrative games, and well, we will need to take a look to it. Many times I don't reach this last session, but I'm going to give you some clues at least at the beginning. Okay? So this is the syllabus. What do you mean? What do you think about this syllabus? Right? That's right. Perfect. I hope that you enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. This is my preferred subject, you know, on all the faculties that I teach. Well, let's take a quick look. Environment be related with the characters, etc. Yeah, for sure. Well, this is one of the important parts. Religion, cultures, as will be super interesting. You will see for sure. You will learn it, and if you really like some of these topics, you can start studying or taking or looking for information. And when I begin the session, you can add something for sure. Okay, religions and cultures will be one of the topics that we will study on deep and most profundity. We will going to study secret societies, mystic cultures, cults, etc. Let's take a look quickly to a methodology. You already know this methodology because it's the same that we use on game design. I really like blended learning, flipped classroom, and the Bloom taxonomy. What it means, these things? Blended learning means that you will work on your home, on the campus virtual, and esto ya no va a pasar, ¿no? En el aula. Right at this moment, you will need to work on the campus and work in your home. I really need. Who is the? ¿Quién es el delegado este año? Okay, Guillem. So you will need to, as you may know, you will need to create a drive, una carpeta en el drive, and we are going to share a lot of things in this folder. You know, most of them tasks. I am going to ask you for a task each week, and these tasks are optional, as you may remember. Are optional. You can do it or not. But if you do it at the very end of the course, I can have it, and I can take a look to them just to give you a couple of points more on your grades. These are super important tasks. I think that there is another reason that you will need to consider if you want to create these tasks. Not only the thing that I am going to give you a couple of points more at the very end. The thing is that if you create the tasks that I am going to ask you, you in fact are creating a portfolio of projects, of ideas, and if you are smart, you are going to create a website and you are going to create posts in a blog with all these tasks, and finally you will end up with a good portfolio. You know, that's the reason that I am asking for your tasks. in this subject, and if you come to level design, I am going to do the same thing, asking you to create levels, to create prototypes, to create things that we can check on class, and somehow filling and fit your portfolio. It's super important that you end up with a good portfolio, more than if you end up with a good curriculum vitae. A curriculum vitae is not a really important thing. The important thing is the portfolio. There is only one thing that recruiters will read on your curriculum vitae. It's your degree title. The other things, where you were working before in a pizzeria, in a this kind of works of young people, these works are not interesting for a recruiter. I am not interested si vas anar al col·legi Santa no sé què o al col·legi Hermanos de no sé cuánto, no m'importa, no els conec. The important thing here is that you have a degree title, and then they will jump to your portfolio. What do you do the last years? Are you a proactive person, or you just do the minimum things that the teachers ask you on your day? That's important. So I am going to give you a lot of work, all of them optional. D'acord? Tot no, després ja els vull dir. If you want, as you can remember from the last year, you can change these contents. If you can tell me, hey, Juan, we are not interested, I don't know, in mission and quest design. We really don't like this subject. We know a lot of things about mission and quest design. Switch it, change it for another topic. There are a lot of topics that I can teach you. I give you an example here of some of them. These are sessions that I had prepared, because at some point I do it in one faculty or another. But you can ask me for anything, only if it is related with game design, level design, or narrative in video games, world building, etc. Okay. You will need to talk with all the students, and el delegat, el Guillem, is going to send me an email and tell me, hey, can you switch this subject, please? We are going to talk about it. D'accord? Nuria, I would like to ask for one, if it is possible, please. For me, sure, but you need to talk with your fellow. Which one? Which one do you want, Nuria, to change? Photo editing games and levels for different ages and topics, as well as educative content. Well, it fits better in game design 1 or level design than in world building, but we can talk. The thing here is that sounds pretty good, so yeah, a little bit. The thing here is that the important thing is that it's not that you propose new sessions, new topics. This is super. This is nice, and I really like it. The thing here, the thought thing here is that you need to rip off one of the sessions. Which one of the proposed sessions you will want to to switch off, to rip off, to put this new session. Just talk with your friends, with the other students on the class, and if you think that one of these sessions are not interesting, you can make a little bit of brainstorming of new topics, and maybe this topic that you are proposing to us, Nuria, will be one good topic. It's just a matter of talk a little bit and chat a little bit. Hey, Juan, next week when we finish the class, can we talk 10 minutes to switch one of the sessions? We have some proposals. That's all. We can talk and we can take a look at it. I really like that you take control of this part of the subject, because at the very end you are who are paying me to teach you. Okay? Yeah, sure. You will need to make a proposal on the medium that you will use with your WhatsApp or sigui, and then if people disagree, you can create a little group of people who can make proposals to switch contents. You only need to know right at this moment that you have this chance, that you have this opportunity, you have this window. You can change my syllabus if you want. That's the important thing, okay? The way that you organize to do it, it's up to you. Well, perfect. Flipped classroom. What means flipped classroom? Remember from the last year, you will need to create groups, and you will make your delivers in groups. Okay. So you will need to create groups like the last year, and we will need to present one of the topics. 3 people each right. For me, 3 people is the ideal number of people, but 4 people is right too. We will talk in the next sessions of the control methods to know what does everyone inside the group. Okay. The thing is that you will need to make these groups right now. I'm going to give you some time. And these groups not only are going to deliver the 3 different delivers that this subject has, they are going to make a presentation in class. The themes are the same themes that I show you. Well, maybe aquí hay algún fallo. Procedural generation ya no es un tema. It's not turning model destroy maps, inheritance archetypes, digital phrase, configuration. Someone is false. Tone is false. Video game narrative. Conflict, mission, and the end dialogue. Conflict, quest, and mission, and dialogue. Well, you have these topics, but as you can remember, you can make any amount of voluntary presentations about the topic that you want. This is going to give you a lot of grade if you do it, okay? So, you will need to make one mandatory presentation, okay, of one of these topics. Start talking about the topic that you want to choose. Then you can make any number of presentations, of voluntary presentations about any topic that you choose. This is going to give you extra grade, but it's not mandatory. And when we were making class and talking about things, because I expect that you talk a lot more than what you are talking about today, you know, I really like to hear your voices. At some point when you say something interesting, I am going to propose you to make a presentation. Okay? The last thing is the Bloom taxonomy. No falta que mireu això, ara no us lieu massa. The thing is that we are going to move in the superior cognitive processes. I want to say, we're going to analyze things, we are going to evaluate these things, and finally we are going to improve these things. We will see this methodology in the future, but this is going to be super important in level design. Analyze worlds, characters, adventures, plots, etc. Evaluate this analysis. Okay, these things are good, these things are bad. With these things I am agree, with these other things I am not agree. And finally, improve. The good things that I observed, analyzed in this setting or adventure or with these characters can be improved like this. And the bad things or the wrong things can be improved like this, or just wipe it off. Did you understand me, guys? Okay, perfect. Loud and clear. I am taking notes, ¿eh? Me voy apuntando los nombres de la gente que me va respondiendo en mi Excel que tengo aquí al lado que no veis y los voy sumando puntitos etéreos. Yeah, sure. Jaume.
Hola, una pregunta. Recuerdo hace en desarrollo de videojuegos que lo que hacíamos era exponíamos un tema y luego pues Ricardo añadía algo si lo creía necesario y si no pues básicamente nosotros habíamos sido el profesor de esa clase y ayudábamos a los compañeros bueno, a implementar esa parte del código en su juego. ¿Tú harás algún tipo de mínima aportación si crees que no hay suficiente información en la presentación o habrá un sitio de donde sacar información?
Nuestra metodología de docencia RICAR. De hecho, the fact is that when I say flipped classroom, take a look. One of the presentations is mandatory. For example, the next week we are going to talk about tone of fantasy, and some of you are going to make the introduction to this session. And then, when you finish your introduction, if I feel that you missed something, I am going to explain a little bit. For sure that I am going to feel that I missed something, you know? No, it's not going to be a whole session. It's like 20 minutes by your side. 20 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes if you are speaking about really interesting things. I am not going to stop you if you are explaining interesting things that I will need to explain anyway. But in fact, I prefer if your presentations are like around half an hour, not much. Okay. These are learning methodologies that I was teaching in the University of Barcelona for 15 years to this kind of very old teachers, you know, that estos profesores que venían, se sentaban en una mesa y empezaban a leer el libro directamente en la universidad. Pues estos profesores se tuvieron que reciclar y durante estos 15 años que estuve dando clases sobre metodologías docentes y gamificación en la Universidad de Barcelona, a los profesores les enseñábamos a metodologías diferentes, and one of them was this kind of flipped classroom. Give the topics to the students, and then the students will be who make the research and who present the topic on the classroom, and if they miss something, you can just complete it. Okay, so that's right. This is the thing that you are going to do. Let's talk a little bit about grading, because I have a task for you in the last 10 minutes of class. First of all, we will have 3 delivers like the last year. Okay, these delivers will have 2 different blocks, my block and the classes block. If you take a look on the campus virtual, you will see. Did you see my window? See, no? You will see that I uploaded all the documents. Okay. In these documents you will see, for example, first assignment Joan, first assignment Lasse. Déjame ordenarlos. See? So the first assignment by my side will be create a wall, create a place. Sometimes you will create an entire wall, sometimes you will create a room in a hotel, in a neighborhood, in a city. That's okay. A room in a hotel can be a wall too. For my site will be something like this. By the side of Lasse, you will need to read the Lasse documentation, and he will tell you what he is expecting from you. Crear un sistema de reglas de juego, crear un sistema de batallas y crear un sistema de crafting. This will be the block of. You don't need to see nothing. You just need to go to the campus virtual and download the documents. You are. Let me see. I am sharing my window, so you will need to see the campus virtual around here, isn't? Podéis hablar, no falta que escrigueu, que és molt pesat.
Sí, no,
Sí.
es veu la pàgina web, el que no us veia era el PDF que has obert.
Bueno, no pasa res. El PDF dona igual. Voy a explicar esto en castellano, ¿vale? O en català. Està tot pujat en el campus virtual. I teniu els 3 assignments, les 3 entregues, i cada una dels 2 blocs de cada una de les entregues. Per exemple, la primera entrega, doncs teniu el meu document on us explico què és el que espero. I teniu el document d'enlace on l'enlace explica què és el que espera. I entregareu un sol PDF amb 2 blocs. En la segona entrega exactament el mateix. Jo us demanaré que feu un cast de personatges, un protagonista, 2 sidekicks, un antagonista i alguns mobs, i l'enlace us demanarà que li fiqueu stats en aquests mobs i en aquests protagonistes i en aquests sidekicks, els secundaris. I en el tercer assignment serà l'únic que fareu per separat, perquè és més gran, llavors entregareu 2 documents diferents. Un document a mi, que serà una aventura de 25 passos, i un document enlace, que serà un prototip d'una batalla, d'un combat. D'acord? Feedback, please. Que estic parlant del grading. M'agradaria que quedi clar i que la gent ho sàpigui, perquè si no... Okay. At some point we are going to have a partial exam. The last year, l'any passat em van tocar les orelles perquè sabeu que no li donava gaire importància als exàmens i com a mínim ha d'haver-hi un examen. Així que, per ordre imperativa, aquest any aquest examen té que tindre una repercussió a la nota, que la va tindre l'any passat, però aquest any ha de ser oficial. Teniu aquí un slide on us explica tot. La 5a setmana de curs tindreu que entregar durant la setmana la vostra primera entrega, que serà crear un món o un lloc o una ciutat dintre d'aquest món. I valdrà un 20% de la nota. Cap a la 8a setmana haureu d'entregar un document amb els personatges protagonistes de la futura història i també valdrà un 20% de la nota. Després, la mateixa setmana tindreu l'examen, que serà un examen que ja us dic que no serà gaire difícil. Teniu un document en el campus que explica com serà l'examen, d'acord? No explica gaire en profunditat tampoc, perquè no serà molt complex. I aquest examen parcial valdrà un 20% de la nota. A la 12a setmana haureu d'entregar la vostra entrega final, que serà una aventura. Una aventura dintre del vostre món, viscuda pels personatges que heu creat. Les entregues són en grup, Marc. Els mateixos grups que fareu les presentacions, els mateixos grups creareu el món, creareu els personatges i creareu l'aventura. Vale? Tot s'entrega en grup. Tots els delivers es fan en grup, excepte l'examen. Ok? Vale. Després també hi ha un 10% de participació. Jo cada sessió tinc aquí la meva llista i vaig apuntant palitos aquells que van parlant o que van dient alguna cosa. Sobretot aquest 10% de participació pompeja bastant si feu alguna presentació voluntària. Ja directament aneu al punt extra. Si feu una presentació voluntària ja teniu un punt o un punt i mig, em sembla que puc arribar a ficar extra. Ok? Aquest és el grading. Queda clar per tothom? Us recomano que us mireu tots els documents que hi ha pujats en el campus, aquesta secció, aquesta carpeta que diu grading i no sé què, notes sobre grading, etc. Està tot detallat, però sempre pot haver-hi algun dubte. La pròxima setmana, o la que sigui, però idealment la pròxima setmana, em transmeteu els dubtes i us retoquem si fa falta. En algun moment, abans de la setmana que ve, jo crec, us pujaré exemples de matrícules d'honor de la primera, segona i tercera entrega. Perquè tingueu un exemple del meu blog. El que demana l'enlace jo no us ho puc dir, perquè jo no tinc aquells documents, ¿vale? Però us ensenyaré entregues del millor world building de l'any passat i de fa 2 anys, el millor estudis sobre personatges de fa un parell d'anys i de l'any passat i la millor aventura de l'any passat i de fa un parell d'anys. I així tindreu una guia. Suspendre aquesta assignatura és a consciència, t'hi tens que dedicar per suspendre-la. D'acord? És molt difícil. Bueno, si entregueu. Si no entregueu, doncs les notes se'n van a la merda. Un apunt molt important per a aquells vius que ja estan pensant en la recuperació. Només l'examen es pot recuperar. D'acord? És a dir, a la recuperació, com a molt, podràs guanyar 1 o 2 punts, que és un 20% de la nota total. Lo de més no es pot recuperar. D'acord? Dicho queda. I està explicat. Un apunt més. Another important thing. On your last deliver, on your third deliver, you will need to write it in a PDF. Right? It's like a kind of choose your own adventure, but if you want, you can create a prototype with RPG Maker. This is really interesting if you are thinking on get the level design optional subject on your 4th year, because we will start creating a prototype with RPG Maker. Okay? And if you want, in this third delivery, if you want to rise up a little bit if you want to rise up significantly your grade, you can deliver a PDF plus an RPG Maker prototype. A lot of people do it the last year, and I think I watch a lot of interesting things. And this is going to start creating a bridge between this subject and level design subject on the next year. But this is optional. If you don't want to create the RPG Maker prototype, you don't need to do it. Okay? So, your tasks. Your task right now... A veure, deixa'm veure què més queda. Va. Your task starts right now, and you will need to do it along the week. You have a week to create groups of 3-4 people. Each one of these groups will need to get one of these themes to make els temes del síl·labus principal, to make his presentation, his mandatory presentation, you know. Assign one group to one theme. Each group will need to make a draft, a summary of each theme, one page, only one page, with 3 to 5 core points of the theme that you choose with your group, you know. A couple of cases of analysis. If you want to give a task to your students the day that you make the session, and a bit of bibliography. Això ho faig perquè tingui més o menys una idea de que la sessió que us tocarà fer vosaltres la presentació l'heu treballat una mica. Per tant, durant aquesta setmana i pel dilluns que ve, vull que feu un Excel amb els grups, el tema que heu escollit i un petit document cada un de vosaltres. Això ja esteu creant una carpeta en el Drive, no? Suposo que està creada, Guillem, si no l'ha creat després. I ho aneu pujant tot en el Drive. I poseu una carpeta que es digui Tasques i una carpeta que es digui Tasca 1 i allí dintre fiqueu tots els documents on grup 1, hem escollit conflict. Molt bé. Quins són els 3 a 5 punts importants de la teoria sobre el conflicte? Perdoneu, estic desentrenat. Aquests són els 2 casos d'anàlisi sobre el conflicte que escollirem a la nostra presentació. Aquesta és la tasca que proposarem als nostres estudiants i aquesta és la bibliografia que hem trobat fins ara. D'acord? Aquesta fitxa l'anirem repassant i el dia que us toqui fer la presentació no us presentareu allí sense haver parlat amb mi ni haver revisat què és el que direu durant mitja hora. Ok? Sí o no? No m'escriviu al xat, sí, per favor, no.
Sí.
Okay.
El mundo de mañana. Vale. Well, you need to be a little bit coordinated because you will need to get one of the themes. Each group need to get one of the themes. No, so dos grups no poden fer el mateix tema. You will need to share these themes among all the people and all the groups. Okay? Here you have a list of groups. If you don't like one of the themes, if you don't really like not only one of the main themes, you can take another theme. That's not important. It's up to you. You will remember that I am really flexible with you, and you can do almost everything that you want. I sempre que treballeu i que es noti que esteu treballant. Okay? I encourage you to take the groups in green, the themes in green, you know. But if you want, you can choose other themes that you may consider that are super interesting for you and for the other students. Okay? Ahí give you here one slide with the first thing, the first contact or touch with the narrative game designer job. You can read these articles and try to find some of them, some new others, and give it to me. I give you here a little bit of information coming from one of my students who make a little bit of dig about what kind of studies about narrative game design you can reach here in Barcelona or here in Spain. He make a really good work, and I decided to show you his work because this can be interesting for you if you want to make a master or a postgrad when you finish, or un curs de Google or de videojocs when you finish your degree. Okay, so just a little bit of information. Here is a little bit of bibliography, super basic bibliography, és quasi per nens. If you are going to read only one book for this subject, please read this book, Cobalt Guide to World Building. It's super easy. It's a collection of 15 articles of 15 articles de 3 o 4 pàgines. Super nice. I think it's on the internet. And then if you want, you can try to read these other 2 books, World Building, A Writer's Guide to Constructing Star Systems and Life-Supported Planets. This is focused on science fiction settings. And then this book from Orson Scott Card, How to Write Science Fiction and Fantasy, who gives you a lot of clues and advices on how to create worlds and in a realistic sense, but fantasy worlds. You know who is Orson Scott Card?
No, no em sona.
Yes, pues digue'ns qui, Albert. Què ha escrit Orson Scott Card? Va. Ja us dic jo que sí que sabeu qui és. Us sonaran les pel·lis només, clar. El Juego de Ender, per exemple, o la saga de llibres del Juego de Ender, o...
I've read all of the Ender Games saga.
Yeah? But you don't know who is the writer, that's okay.
That's okay. I had to search for the name to make the connection.
Yeah, sure. Well, take a look on Orson Scott Card. We will talk a lot of writers and authors along the course. I am going to give you a lot of book references, of novel references, not only bibliography, and you will see that Orson Scott Card is one of the books. Okay? I give you here, as usual, a couple of videos on what means world building, etc., if you want to watch something in the meantime. And I can remember the last year I told you to start the Pick of the Week challenge. Ho vam fer l'any passat? No pe. Bueno, pues then this year we are going to make a challenge. Farem un petit challenge pels últims 3-4 minuts de classe. Jo sé que a tots vosaltres us encanta anar pel Twitter i por tenemos lo que nos merecemos y esto es y los humanos no sé què i no sé què, bueno, i mirant totes aquestes imatges de memes, etc. I aquí el que ens centrarem seran en memes de disseny, d'acord? Al final de cada classe, si me'ls aneu enviant, farem una última slide per mirar a veure pues, memes que estiguin relacionats amb el disseny, amb la narrativa, amb el disseny d'espais, etc. Començo jo aquesta setmana amb aquesta fantàstica imatge d'aquest camp de futbol. Moltes vegades, jo quan miro aquesta imatge penso que és una cagada, està clar, no? Construir un camp de futbol amb 2 arbres al mig és una mica cagada, però a la vegada dona un munt de joc, un munt de possibilitats noves, no? Exacte, ¿es un bug o es una característica especial? ¿Por qué no molaría más jugar al fútbol con árboles en medio? I ja posats, pues, jugar amb unes serres mecàniques o amb unes punteres de ferro amb punxes, no? Galactic Football, o Forest Football, jo crec que seria Forest Football molaria bastant. No victories, exacte. Vull que aneu, cada cop que aneu escrolejant per les nits en el vostre insomni habitual i veieu fotos, pictures, you take a look to pictures with this kind of design files, send it to me or just send it, upload it to the folder in the drive and we will take a look to them on the last minutes of the session, okay? I will choose the winner of each one of the sessions, and at the very end of the course, we will decide who is the winner of the Pick of the Week challenge. I am going to do the same thing with almost, tinc com uns 8 grups aquest semestre entre ENT i CITEM, and at the very end we will talk about who is the winner of the winners, el campió del mundo. Almenys ens riurem els últims 4 o 5 minuts. I us asseguro que el challenge de l'any passat va ser molt prolífic. En tinc una col·lecció brutal de fotos de mals dissenys, així que ho disfrutarem. Guys, any question? Do you have any question? We have 5 minutes. Any doubt? Anything that you want to that I need to explain on detail or anything that you want? No? Com et diem per fer una presentació extra, per correu? Sí, les presentacions extra me les podeu dir per qualsevol lloc. M'envieu un mail o per aquí mateix pel xat de Xonses i ja les anem programant per la sessió que pensem que encaixaran millor. D'acord? Que ha quedat clar la tasca per la setmana que ve, Guillem? Tu t'has d'encarregar d'això, La setmana que ve tothom ha de tindre un grup, tothom ha de tindre un tema escollit i entre els 3 o 4 del grup tenen que haver fet un document amb tota aquella informació que hi ha allí penjada a la tasca, d'acord? Una mica desenvolupar què és el que explicaran a la seva sessió. Llavors farem la planificació per setmanes i perquè sapigueu quina setmana us toca presentar. Ok, nois? Bueno, pues si no hi ha res més, nos vemos la semana que viene, ¿vale? Sí, bueno, espera, no marxeu, tens raó, bueno, la setmana que ve ja hi ha una presentació, ja hi hauria d'haver una presentació. Si no us dona temps a fer-la no passa res. No farem presentació la primera setmana, que ja moltes vegades no es fa la primera setmana. Però si algú digués, sí, jo vull fer els tonos de fantasia, que és la pròxima setmana, el nostre grup vol fer tonos de fantasia, doncs parleu-me abans del dilluns que ve, òbviament. Parleu-me entre avui i demà passat i feu vosaltres la introducció, ok? Ara sí, va, vinga, que vagi bé, nois. Si qualsevol dubte, tinc el mail o el que sigui. Vinga, que vagi bé. Adéu.
Yo.
Tas. Bones a tothom. Em sentiu bé? Si em sentiu, em dieu què tal.
Bien. Hola, sí, muy bien.
Vale, perfecte.
Sí, sí, se escucha.
Do you hear me correctly, actually, I should say.
Tiene un inglés increíble.
Unbelievable, yeah. Nice that you are commenting already on the audio, because I usually have problems that people keep the microphone off and stuff, and it's annoying actually. I want to hear what you say.
Oh, the audio sounds fine.
Says Raul wants to go into the room, which is an invited person. I don't know. Should I allow that? I guess. Well, I said yes. I don't know who I'm accepting. But usually the guy who's sorry, moderating the session should do that. Actually, I'm gonna try to share my screen because usually I work in Linux, but can you see my screen now? Actually, oh, it does the other. This is stupid. It cannot share a single window. I think it shares the whole screen, doesn't it? Does it share the whole screen? Or only a window? It's a single window? And a blue... Yeah, I know, but yeah, it's stupid. I think it doesn't cut the image, so I think it's... yeah, I... Oh, thanks for the link, actually. That was nice. Let's see how you see that. Yeah, stupid. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, because I have to change the resolution of the monitor, otherwise it's too big, because I'm using 2K. Okay, let me change that. Let's hope Adobe Connect doesn't fucking break now. Yeah, I think it went okay, but now... Okay, so let's try again. Yeah, if I share that window now, I suppose it's a little bit better, even if there is a blue background on the top. Maybe I can hide the taskbar, because the taskbar is the thing that's showing there. So I'm gonna hide, yeah, here. Okay. So okay, so now the taskbar doesn't. Okay. So. Super. Okay, I understand that. So how many? Yeah, 23. Let's wait a little bit because not everybody's here yet. Actually, I have to check how many of you there are. If I don't know. I haven't met you. I will meet you on Thursday, actually. Let's see. How many people should I expect? Participants. Students. So it's 30 guys. Okay, guys and girls. Actually, how many girls there are? Because yeah, one. One, unbelievable. It's always one or two at most. I'll keep it like that for now, and I'll be sharing the windows I need. So I guess. Can anyone say something so that I can check that the microphone is still working? Because now I don't hear anything.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
Ya tú sabes.
Headsets, and if they stop working or something, maybe I don't hear anything you say, and that would be embarrassing actually. Super. Okay, so what time is it then? 1 minute. Okay. So we're 26 almost. That's quite nice. Now 27. Someone's coming. Okay, so one more, two more, I think. Almost everyone now. Let's see if in 2 minutes we can go to 30. Come on, it would be nice. Everyone, first day. Now after that, I don't know if that will sustain itself, but it's no problem. You can use the chat, and I will keep looking at it a little bit if I can. Somebody's writing. You're gonna get breakfast? Don't show on the camera, because I'm hungry and I would be envious of you. Okay. So let's start, shall we? Right, so we are in the only course in this degree in which you are forced to study something you don't like. Like, okay, you do video games generally, don't you? And now you have to study this thing because the curriculum says it, and everyone's unhappy and all that. That's at least what happened to me in Terrassa. But last year I was teaching this course in Terrassa, and then the guy who did it in Barcelona was another one. This year I'm doing both, but I know the profile of you guys, so I guess this course is just there in the middle and it doesn't help. So what I've tried to do, I believe it used to be boring a little bit. There was Android in Java and blah blah. It was quite boring, but this year is gonna be much better actually. The reason is that I chose as a framework for working mobile applications a framework by Google called Flutter. I don't know if you've heard about it. I'll put it on the chat. It's called like this. Yeah. You heard the mechanical keyboard, didn't you? Okay. So that thing is very nice to work with, actually, and it will allow us to make mobile applications easily. I think I'm gonna share the browser window, by the way, and I'll show you the web page of Flutter. Okay. So the web page is called flutter.dev, and this is a framework which is used not by many people right now. It's growing really fast, exponentially, I would say, and but it's very super nice to use, And also, I believe it's even a possible little video game 2D, let's say 2D video game target, maybe. You will tell me that, because I don't know too much about it, but I know there are kind of little game frameworks. However, we won't do any games in this course. We will do apps, of course. Yeah. The reasoning behind it is that you should at least know something else apart from video games, so that maybe if there's no other. I mean, you don't do just one thing, so that's the reasoning. I believe you all are very focused on video games, so it's not a problem, I like it. But at least we will do some mobile applications, yeah? Now, the nice thing about Flutter is, and this year we are super lucky about that, is that it used to be that we had to install Android Studio emulators, and to run on your mobile phone was quite a mess sometimes, so people maybe tried to install stuff and it wasn't working and it was a little bit of a mess. But right now we have many options. Actually, Flutter not only compiles mobile applications for the two biggest operating systems, which are Android and iOS, but also it compiles for native applications, for Windows, for Linux, and for Mac, and even for the web. So you can do a website which is a Flutter application, which at the same time has the same code exactly as a mobile application, and the mobile application can be on Android and iOS, and it's exactly the same application, and it's very nice. Like, you code this in the same language, it's the same code base, everything is like that. So it's a super nice thing. Today, actually, I should explain. After that, I should explain a little bit how the course is gonna be structured. So let's open I don't know if this opens inside Chrome itself. So you might see this directly. Let's try. Oh yeah, I know. The campus, when it opens a PDF, is like a Russian roulette. There's a 50% chance that you don't see anything. At least that's what happens to me. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try again. Okay, this time worked. Okay, so I hope you can see the screen, I guess. Let's check that. It says, yeah. You see the screen, guys? Just check it. Yeah, super. So how do you do that to make this print screen thing so fast? Do you install anything on Windows and it makes that a URL directly? That's nice. Yeah, no, I meant I have to check the chat sometime, but I guess now you are seeing the PDF, the course guide. You can say something on L here. Yes, perfect. Okay, so So actually, I also changed the course guide, which is the official one from Prisma at UPC, and I think it changed, but I didn't check. So I made this guide, which is the one I entered, and maybe it's still revising, but I don't think so. So now I'm the coordinator for this thing, and look at the six blocks in a way, or 6 sections of the course. The first is going to be studying Dart. Dart is a language that we need to we need for Flutter, because Flutter uses Dart internally to work, and we're gonna spend like probably 3 sessions reviewing Dart. Dart is sufficiently similar to C++ that that you'll be familiar in no time. I mean, very quickly. Okay, so it's just reviewing the language. So I'll review the basics, but you will see that it's almost exactly as I think you've studied C++ mostly. Is that true? Have you studied any other languages apart from that? C#. Oh, yeah, of course, Unity. Yeah. So C#, nice. XML. Like, that's a language. Unbelievable. Yeah, super. Python, nice, super. Anyway, with C++, how much? Actually, I don't know how much C++ you did. Do you C++ like C++ 17, things like that? Yeah, assembly is nice, but the assembly is too hard. For Flutter, actually. Will be high level. But did you do C++ things like STL, or do you use STL, or is it kind of prohibited in the video games world?
We used it last year, STL.
Exactly. STL is the games library, but I mean STL, the standard template library, like vector, stuff like that. You use that? Okay. Nice. There's the list, and everything is similar. Okay, nice. That'll be funny. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be easy for you, I guess, to remap what you know for Dart. Okay, so that's the first part. Then we will spend quite a bit of time doing the basic Flutter stuff, so that you understand how to build a user interface. And basic Flutter and apps are just like that. And then after that, we will do other stuff like the model and state management and network and blah blah. And in the network part, it used to be that the guy who taught this course was a network guy. So we had it for you until last year. Okay. Okay. Nice messages on the chat. Thank you. So the guy who was teaching this last year, he was very much into networks. They are from the networking departments, let's say. So they did networks quite in depth. But I will use something else as well. So I will combine Flutter, which is super nice to use, super nice. You guys use any game editor or something which is hot reload, in which you can reload while the game is running. You can recompile while the game is running.
No, I don't think so.
You don't? You know Casey Muratori and John Blow and all these guys from Seattle and that area, or the guys from Rat Game Tools and stuff. Those guys, there's this series called Handmade Hero. I don't know if you know it. In which they teach that. They teach like the hot reload stuff. That the guy recompiles the game while it's running and tests it. Well, Flutter is like that. That's super nice. Like, you can have your kind of application on the right, the code on the left, and when you change the code, it just reloads. It is super cool. Okay? So anyway, Flutter is nice. So in the end, we will combine Flutter with Firebase. Anyone knows what Firebase is? No? Okay. You will like it. Because actually, it has C++ plugins, it has Unity plugins, so you will be able to use it in games if you need it. It's a real-time database, okay? It's a database in which when you write, everyone who's looking at that same data gets an update, so you can do chats in it, and you can do... it's very nice. So instead of studying networking and stuff like really low level, we will just use Firebase, which is super nice. And we will do just a little quick introduction to Firebase and use it as a kind of backend for our application. Like the user stores the data in the cloud, something like that, but in an easy way. So it's also quite useful. And last, if we have time, I guess we can, but depending of last year, it was hard for me to get to this subject because many people just dropped off. I believe you have a really hard course in the engines, so the engines course is quite hard for you, and then yeah. So in general, I try to navigate the landscape in a way, because I know sometimes you disappear because you're working super hard, like crunching a lot and stuff. Yeah. And I try to put my stuff around that, but what will be the 70% of the others? Yeah, I guess that. So what I mean by that is that at the end of the course, maybe I'll readjust a little bit and don't try to push it too hard. But I would love to show you animations, because animations in Flutter are really easy as well. So anyway, also there's this software called Drive, which lets you do animations and load them into your apps and stuff. Anyway, that's about the more or less the global view of what we will be talking about. And then the evaluation is quite easy to remember. Like there's five high points. Okay, the first would be some assignments. Actually, I think I'll make 2 assignments on the first part of the course, and then the partial exam. So this comes at the first bimester, okay? And then there's the second assignment, which will be a little bit more complicated, but not much. You can count on something like the 10% is gonna be a really easy app, or even just one screen, a complicated screen, but just one screen. The 15% later, the second assignment, it's gonna be a simple app with no network, and the third assignment is gonna be an application with some network, meaning using Firebase, using a database in the network. Okay, so more or less that's like 3 little projects, and then 2 exams, and that is all. It's I think it's more or less. I'll be asking you when are your assignments from the engines course, so that we try not to overlap that. Okay, you should maybe, if once you know that, it would be nice to let me know. Is there it's not called delegate, I know, the student's representative or something? Is there any guy like Turmo is Guillem? Okay. Actually, yeah, it's the guy who's asking to come in. Okay, Guillem. Yeah, nice. Okay, so I might ask him about this, because or maybe I can ask the professor of the course, but sometimes it's best to ask you. So you can manage. But essentially, I'll try to put the assignments around the engine stuff. Okay. But apart from that, I'm just asking you to not kind of abandon this. Just if you know enough to just make little apps, is fine by me. Some guys last year got quite interested in Flutter, and they made quite amazing applications, by the way. But you know, it's a minimum thing. It's you have to show me that you know how to do it, but it's not difficult. Okay. So it's not a demanding course or anything, and it shouldn't be. But I think we can have quite a bit of fun, because Flutter is really fun. I have fun using it quite a lot. Right. Any questions about that? You can speak freely if you need. Adrian is writing. All clear, yeah? Nice. Well, that's good. Either all clear or just go on with the... Okay, Now, yeah, here I put a kind of briefing or brief part about this. One nice thing about this course, I believe, and I've made links on the campus about it. Let's close that. I'll show you the campus, our fantastic and amazing campus, by the way. So here you already have 3 cheat sheets. Now, to be really fast in learning Dart and stuff like that, it's nice to already have a kind of mental mapping. And I prepared 3 little PDFs, which are one side, just 1 page, which explain to you all the concepts you need to know. And you can keep them around if you want, so that when you have a doubt about what you are doing, you can look it up there. Okay? So these are 3 pages, let's say, which are all about Dart and the details of it. And that's what I will be talking about today. And you already have them in the campus. They're called cheat sheets, Dart 1, Dart 2, Dart 3. Those are PDFs. Actually, if I click one, let's see, 50% chance. Okay, we got it. Nice. So yeah, this kind of stuff. Actually, there's one error in here because they changed it for the better. So maybe this you won't need. But in here you can find everything you need to know. And probably this is better than me giving you slides. I have slides. Anybody prefers slides to this cheat sheet or something? Because I can give it to you. But I believe it's more compressed and much better for our purposes. Okay. Nice. So actually, I believe you don't need more than that, because you already know quite a bit. So it's just a mapping thing. And apart from that, and this is more important, and it's not in English, but you can find tons of stuff in English. I have a YouTube channel as well, and in here, you can see some videos about the whole course. Oh my god, I don't know if you're hearing that, but yeah, it always uses advertisements and stuff. Anyway, that's now an advertisement, but you can watch it later. The whole course actually is on video. So if you miss any classes, the guys who are away and cannot come to the in-person classes, I meant. There's 2 of you or 3, I don't remember exactly, but no problem. But you don't have a problem. You can follow that. So the crucial moments would be the times when you need to prepare an assignment or maybe the 2 exams. But apart from this, if you miss a class, it's not so important. I believe the class is gonna be fine, and if you come to class, of course you're gonna be better off. I think maybe you can ask questions and stuff, but you have the material, so you don't have to be stressed about it. So you can do whatever you need. Okay, so the videos are there. I'll link them up, but there's a playlist already. If you just keep it there, you have everything in there. I think in YouTube there's quite a bit more than what I teach here. Okay, so if you are interested, you can follow that, but it's not necessary. Okay, so for now I have put part 1, which is Dart, and everything included in there is like it's gonna last 3 sessions more or less. I believe maybe a little bit the 4th, but I might even postpone some of the stuff, because some stuff about inheritance and things like that, it's not necessary until later. Okay, so we can even interleave a little bit of Flutter and then maybe someday just touch on a more difficult thing. From the Dart part, I think the most difficult might be the function stuff and the closures and all that, because you might not have seen that anywhere else. But yeah, okay. Okay, so let's do the following thing. I think I'm gonna stop sharing the browser window, and I'll share the full screen. I think, because I think it's gonna be better. Let's Windows desktop. Yeah, the desktop. Let's try it with the desktop. Okay, so you see the desktop now, but if okay, so I think you are now seeing this toolbar. I think I can move. but it was showing me what I was showing you, but I don't see it anymore. It's a shame because I would like to see it anyway. Okay. And so let's talk about. Can you see my desktop? And now I'm gonna move towards the Flutter thing again. Can you see that? Tell me by microphone, please. Okay, yeah, I see the chat as well. Yeah, I can see some little messages on the corner. Thanks a lot. Super. So the first thing maybe you should do, and it's super easy to do just for Dart, is to install it, okay? And in the button get started, if you do get started, it says, okay, where do you want it? Oh, actually I didn't know they have Chrome OS now. That's unbelievable. Okay, so they put, yeah, these guys run so fast that it's difficult for me to believe. Okay, so it would be Windows, of course, if anybody actually uses Linux, because I suppose you are forced to do Windows because of the Visual Studio and stuff, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm a very, very, very hardcore Linux user. So using Windows for me is like you have to use rubber gloves and stuff. Ugh. But anyway, yeah, I know you guys, you need to do that because it's the way to work, and I know as well that the Visual Studio debugger is the best in the world. But anyway, I still stick with Linux generally. Anyway, getting the Flutter SDK is a huge zip file, like 660 megabytes or something, but installing it is amazingly easy. You just click in there, you download it. I believe I have it even on the downloads from the other day. Yeah, this is this thing, like 702 megabytes actually, yeah. So it is this thing. And now, this is just a zip file that you can decompress, and I put it the other day on the C/Flutter directory, and that's it. And inside this, there's this bin directory, and inside the bin there's two commands, the Dart command and the Flutter command. Both of them we will need, and we will start by using Dart. So essentially installing Flutter right now for you. You could even do it while I'm talking. You could just uncompress that and change the environment variables. Have you changed environment variables, I guess? Anyone know how to change environment variables like this?
I don't think so.
No? Oh, that's unfortunate, because knowing a lot of C++ and not knowing environment variables is incredible to me. Okay, so I'll show you that you need. Okay, so how do you change? You uncompress the zip file that Flutter is downloading. You put it somewhere. It doesn't matter where, but I recommend C/Flutter. Okay, let's suppose that I already uncompressed it, and now I want to open a terminal. Okay, actually I'll put even the font bigger than this. Let's say 36 even. Yeah. Okay, that's a big terminal, but at least you see it's nice. Okay. So if I open the terminal, I want to type Flutter in here, and the guy says to me, okay, it says something, okay, it returns me some stuff. It says, okay, you should do something with Flutter, but the Flutter command is working, okay. I don't know if you use the terminal much, but the terminal we will use a little bit, okay. So, and we need two commands, the Dart command and the Flutter command. How does Windows know where this stuff is? Like if I type Flutter, where does it look for that? Well, it looks for it in an environment variable called path. Anybody knows about path? Does it ring a bell or something? The path variable, this thing? No? Oh my god, unbelievable. Okay, so yeah, no worries. Yes, some of you yes, some of you don't. No problem. So for the ones who don't, the idea is the following. When you type here something like, I don't know, KAKA, it says, okay, what's this shit? It's not recognized as an internal external command. Windows doesn't find anything named like that. Yeah? Yeah, no kidding. So, and essentially, the way Windows looks for things is looking at this variable called path. This is an environment variable, which is defined for all programs, and it's a list of directories. Can you see that? It's a list of directories separated by semicolons. Yeah. So in there, can you see that I put in there c/flutter/bin? The question is, how did I change that? But if it is in there, when I type flutter, Windows finds it in that directory. Okay. So that's why I can type flutter in there, and it appears as a command. If I didn't install it properly, I would see what I saw with this command, like is not recognized and blah blah. So we have to change the path variable. How does that? How is that done? So you have to go to the Windows menu and say env, like type env. Okay, let's accept that. env on the menu, and then it says to you edit the system environment variables. You see on the Windows menu. Actually, you can change them for the whole system or for your account. Okay, it doesn't matter very much. So let's change for the whole system. When you change for the whole system, this dialog appears, and you say, "Oh, what did Windows do?" Well, in general, it does this thing. It's not super helpful, but you see a button in there which says environment variables. I think it's really small for you now, but it's this one I'm highlighting with a cursor, environment variables. And if you open that, you can see the environment variables, one of which is the path. Okay, so if I now edit this, you will see that I already have c:/flutter/bin in here. Either if you don't have it, then you put neo and you would say c/flutter/bin, very carefully not to make mistakes and stuff, and I will just escape because I don't have to add it again because I already have it. But actually I have it 2 times, yeah. Myself, yeah. Let's remove one of those. Okay, so once it's done, you do OK, and then you do OK again, and do OK a 3rd time. Okay, so just to check that really Windows got that. So now if you open a terminal, and you open a terminal by typing cmd, so it's a command prompt. You have Windows in Spanish, it says indicador de órdenes, or on Catalan it's indicador de órdenes or something similar, but you can type cmd and it appears instantly. Then you open the terminal and type flutter, or actually it's symbol sistema. Yes, thanks a lot. Super. Nice that you're hearing. So if you type now echo $sign path $sign, it will tell you what's the value of the path. If that should contain now this value. Yeah. So now is when I type flutter and it says, okay, you have flutter. Yeah, nice. And actually there's one command for flutter which is a funny one. It's called flutter doctor. It's like you asking Flutter to diagnose you and tell you if everything's okay. And Flutter Doctor does like that. You will see. And it says Doctor Summary. It's thinking. It says, okay, you have Flutter version blah blah blah. It's checking the Android licenses and stuff. And well, you will see that. Well, it takes a while. My system is not. It doesn't have an SSD disk. Well, it has one, but the other one is not. So sometimes it goes a little more slowly. And as well, this is a Core i7, but from 10 years ago. Like, that's my Windows machine. So anyway, it appears there's a kind of prognosis in your stuff. So it seems I have everything all right, except that in Android Studio I don't have these plugins. I don't care about that. One thing I will do is work with Visual Studio Code. Not Visual Studio, but Visual Studio Code, which is a separate thing. I don't know if you've used it or not, but let's look at it as well. So if I type Visual Studio Code, this is a small editor, but a super nice editor that's going. Also, it's developed really fast, and yeah, I have seen it change so much in just 1 year. So Visual Studio Code is just a 550 megabyte install. It's super easy to install. You can install it, and Flutter just looks for it, and we will use it because it's a very nice editor. You can also use Android Studio, but Android Studio is such a big dinosaur thing. It's too big, so I don't like it. And for the classes, for you as particular, it's I think much better to use Visual Studio Code. So you could install both of those things. I already have them, so I can show you directly how to use that. But essentially, once you put on the path the Flutter directory, this one, then you have both Flutter and Dart. And when I type Dart, it says to me something like that. Yeah, just put a command or a Dart file in there, and I will do something. Dart is a very special language, I would say. It's one of the few languages which has a virtual machine like Java. Actually, not many games are written in Java. Probably the biggest game of all time, which is Minecraft, is written in Java, which is nuts to me. For you as well, I guess. But yeah, Dart is a little bit like Java in the sense that it needs a virtual machine. Yeah, but as well, Dart compiles also to machine code. Yeah, so it's the best of both worlds. And you will see that Flutter runs fast because precisely it is compiling ahead of time. So it's compiling to binaries, and that's why it runs fast. And in Dart, you can generate binaries if you need. So that's also a nice thing. Okay, so this is the environment we will be using. Let's close that. I think that's enough as well. Yeah. And in here, actually, I'm gonna close that because I was testing something before. But let's close that first. Like I didn't show you anything. This is Visual Studio Code. I could. Oh my god. The function key in this keyboard still stuck. No, F11. Ah, no, because this is just maximized. Yeah. Okay. So this is Visual Studio Code. One interesting trick that I use often is that from the terminal you can open Visual Studio Code typing code. Okay. Like go like up, and then a new window appears. And you can then also, it goes quite slow in this computer, by the way. I need a better computer or better disk. But you can also say type code and then a directory. For instance, if I say code dot means the current directory in the terminal. So if I say code dot, it will open. You will see that it's a little different. Albert maybe went out and then back again. So it now opened the. So this is a window. The window on the right that I'm showing you. This window doesn't have any folder open, and the window on the left does have one folder open, and the folder is this one called Pawek. Yeah, that's my kind of handle name in Twitter and things. It's my kind of alias. Yeah? So in this one, I opened the Pawek folder because I said code dot, and this is a useful trick to just open a folder in VS Code quickly. Because we will be using Flutter on the command line a little bit, not so much, but a little bit, and that's a nice way to open a folder. You can of course open a folder inside VS Code as well. So now let's go with this window. We don't need any more windows. And for the ones who haven't used VS Code before, let's do a little bit of opening a folder and stuff. In VS Code, if you click on these buttons in there, there is this open folder stuff. Because now I have a file open, but this file is still not saved or anything. I don't have a folder open. Let's open a folder first, and then I guess you see that, and then I'll say yeah, those two aren't of any use to me. Let's make a new folder. Let's try. Let's call it. I don't know, test. Yeah, test is okay. So let's call it test. And I'll select that folder, test, and you will see that if I do that, okay, Visual Studio Code kind of reloads the whole thing, slowly in my case. If you have a better computer, it's gonna show up instantly. And then up here on the left, you can see test. That means the directory, it doesn't matter the folder where you make it. I think I put it on my own. Yeah, in my case it's in here. It's in users, Pawek, Flutter, test, whatever. You can put it on the desktop. It doesn't matter one bit. Yeah, but don't worry too much. Okay, now let's just write the hello world, shouldn't we? in Dart, which is called hello Dart. Yeah. So I create a file by I create a file by clicking on this new file or file new file. It's the same, or Control N. But I usually do it here because I know it's creating it in what folder, so I like it more. So I say hello Dart. Yeah. Okay. And inside here, let's write a little program. So it's like that. Void main. This for now looks like even C++, but the print does not. Let's say hello Dart. Super. Okay. And let's save it. This dot in here means this is not saved. If I say control, or if I say save or Control S, it saves the usual stuff. Yeah. And now I want to execute that. Inside Visual Studio Code, you can open a terminal in there. Like there's a terminal menu even, and it's Control N. I don't know how this is pronounced in English actually. Control N. Yeah, whatever. So this opens a terminal, and you can even choose what kind of terminal you want. It opened to me a command terminal. The same you can open by going to the Windows menu, and in here I can say, okay, what are the files? Oh, I have a hello Dart file. Yeah, because I'm in the same directory as the Visual Studio Code stuff. If I want to clear it, I do CLS, and now I'll say Dart, and we can execute that because we have the path variable set up. Yeah, and I say hello Dart, and it says hello. Yeah, that's the program I wrote. So running programs in Dart is as easy as just telling the virtual machine, because the Dart executable has the virtual machine, to just execute it. You don't have to compile anything and generate a binary first. Even if later on you can do that, but Dart works like that. So it's quite interesting. And also, I want to show you this one, and we will do another kind of little project which might be more interesting for you. Ah, well, it just exited with some code. Okay, whatever. Okay, it might be more useful for you if you you create a little this is a kind of a standalone file. I could create another one and say, I know, test2 Dart on the same folder, and this is an independent program, and I can write, okay, let's say int sum2 int a int b, and I'll say return a plus b, which is a stupid function, but let's use that. And I'll say print sum2 of 5 and 7. Yeah. So this is another test I'm doing. I'll save it. I'll open my terminal, Control N. Yeah. And I'll say now Dart test2 Dart. And now it executes this other one. So you can accumulate little programs like that. Okay. But what if I want to do a bigger project which has more files in it and stuff like that? We won't go into much detail about this because Flutter creates the projects himself. But for now, for debugging, for instance, it's much nicer to make a folder and then just consider the whole folder a program. And I'll show you how that is done.
It doesn't work for me.
Yeah?
It doesn't recognize the Dart command.
You have to check the path variable. Did you do it right? You should do that and see Flutter bin or whatever the directory is.
Okay, wait, yeah.
If it doesn't show, that's because the variable is not set up correctly. Okay. Super. Okay. Super. I like it that you speak to me on the microphone because I think it's much better for me, because otherwise I kind of feel like I don't know who I'm talking to. I believe you are there, but it's a supposition for me. I cannot know it for sure. Maybe the camera. Okay, maybe.
I have one question.
Sorry?
I have one question. Sorry.
Yeah,
where
okay,
did you create the folder? I mean, how?
Yeah. Here in this directory, C users PowerX Flutter test. But it doesn't matter. You can create it anywhere.
Okay.
More questions. Let's.
Can I ask
Who else?
something?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
You create the Flutter path. What did you open?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
the
go
mouse doesn't work for me either.
env. I type env on the Windows menu, and I see edit the system environment variables, or maybe in Spanish, I don't know, edita las variables del entorno, and then if I click there, I see this dialog, and then there's this button, environment variables, yeah? And then in here you see the path, you edit it, and then you can change, you can add new entries in there and stuff like that. Okay?
Yeah, I got the same thing, but I think it's not working.
Well, you should do okay, and then exit the terminal, and then enter a terminal again, because the variables actually are inherited from the operating system. That's important. Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you close this on Studio Code and then you enter again, you will see that. Because if you do in the middle, the environment variables are not inherited until you close and open again. Could that be? Okay. So, actually, if you can put the microphone off, we are also hearing your mechanical keyboard. Nice one. Thanks. Perfect. Yeah, again, the guy says terminal code exited with blah blah 9009. I don't know what that is. So, I was saying, now in this folder test, I'm writing several different programs, and each program is a different file, okay? But now I want to show you how to create a program in a directory. Let me shut off the Telegram thing because it's now showing. I should switch it off because I didn't remember to do that. Let's quit. Yeah, because otherwise people will be bothering me. Okay. Yeah. So let's make now a folder in which there will be only one program. Let's say that program could be big and have many files and stuff. So let's make a different folder. So to close this, I'll say close folder, which is Ctrl-KF. I'll close it, and then it disappears from the left slowly, by the way. Okay. So I'll say open folder now, and I'll make another one. Let's call it project. I'll say project. Yeah. Something like that. And then I'll enter the project, and I'll select this folder. And now I should see on the left that I'm on the project folder, but because this thing says project to me, and I say okay, I'm in the project folder. Yes. Now to create a little Dart project, let's say, you need to do just two things. They're very simple, but you have to remember them, or even maybe when I finish this, I will put up on the campus the zip file for this project, so you can remember that. But you have to do two things. One is to create a file called, strangely enough, pubspec YAML. Okay, YAML is a format called yet another markup language. So it's a markup language, but it's yet another markup language. It's another markup language. And pubspec, pub is the package manager for Dart, so it's the place where you download libraries and things like that. And the spec is the specification for this project, so pubspec YAML. Okay? Okay, I created that. Now inside here, the format, it's quite stupid. It's just variable names, colon, and then some values. Let's just enter two values, which are necessary, which are the name of this project. Actually, we already named it because the folder was called project, so we have to call it like that. So I have to say name project, which is the name of the folder we are in, and later on the version number. Actually, I don't know exactly if this was necessary, but I believe it is. So I'll say I'm really starting with this project, so I'll do version 0.0.1. It doesn't matter. You can put 1.0.0, and that's it doesn't matter really. So I'll save that file, and nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens. And the second thing I have to do, so this is the first thing. The second thing I have to do is to create a folder called lib. And inside the lib folder is where all the code is going to be in this project. Okay? Okay. So I'll make the lib folder, and inside it I'll do new file main.dart. Okay, like that. So you can see now that I have a lib folder, a subfolder of the project folder, inside which there is a main.dart, and outside of that there's a pub/spec. Yeah? So if I click main.dart and create my main function, we can print hello dart project and print nice to meet you. Yeah, I did put two instructions because I want to do something. Now I'll save that, and you can see now the two files clearly, but I'll tell you that this is not enough to kind of make it a Dart project. And I'll tell you what you need to do to really make it a Dart project. We will go back to the pub/spec YAML file, and then just hit file save, which is curious, but this triggers the I actually didn't tell you something. Yeah, I forgot one thing, guys. Sorry. In the extensions part of Visual Studio Code, you should have installed the Dart extension. Sorry about that. I forgot. This is important, by the way. You can install both the Dart and the Flutter extensions, which go hand in hand, and this is important. So just search, go to the extensions button, or Ctrl+Shift+X I've seen, and then in there you look for Dart and you install it. It's quite easy, and Flutter as well, because otherwise this stuff that I'm doing right now wouldn't work. Sorry about that, because I forgot, and maybe you were screaming at me like, what the hell is going on? It doesn't work. Okay, yeah, it's because of the extensions. In the bottom right, you can see even that that's why I saw it. You can see the extension is running and showing me what version of Flutter I have, and blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Parentheses. Yes. Ask me.
All the default settings for both the Dart and Flutter for now?
Yeah, absolutely. You can go on. Yeah. See. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions? Let's stop a little bit for questions. Actually, I didn't check the chat. Let's make the chat a little bigger. My face is not needed so much, is it? Let's make it this smaller. Actually, you are looking through the interface, so you see the participants. Yeah, let's make the chat a little bigger. Okay, you were saying maybe something. What do you made a folder, and that's a new file. Well, okay. When running the command, no, not yet. We will execute we will execute the program by running it inside VS Code. We don't have to do anything like that, because that's the point exactly. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I'll check the chat as well from time to time, but I believe when you write on the chat, I receive a little pop-up window. So if you ask something, I think I can see that. So I was saying, now we have to have the extensions installed. We have two files, main.dart inside the subfolder lib, and the pub/spec YAML. It has to be called like that, and it has to have two variables with two names, with the name of the project, which is the name of the folder, and the version, whatever you want. That doesn't matter. But when you save this file a second time, and the Dart extension sees that the structure of your folder is like that, look at what happens. Let's go save now. So it goes pub get running, and a lot of files appear now. Like, what is going on? So three things appeared which are new. One is pub/spec log, the other one is packages, and the third one is Dart tool. Okay? So just because I hit save on the pub/spec YAML file. Why is that? Well, the pub/spec YAML file includes, so is necessary for declaring dependencies. Okay? So it tells us if there's a dependency on my project, I would add it here, like I need a library for something, I would put it there. And whenever you save this file, Dart quickly goes to check what's changed and does something. Even if you didn't change anything, because if I save it again, you will see the pop-up like checking again if there is any changes to the project or something. And at that moment is when the files get revised and get rewritten. So you don't have to touch these files. The Dart tool actually starts with a dot, and it's a hidden file in theory, and it dot packages as well. So and the pubspec log, maybe someday we can talk about it, but it's not so important for now. The important part is that whenever those files appear, it means that kind of you have a Dart project, and Dart is kind of in control of it in a way. So it's a properly configured Dart project. That's what I was saying. So now let's use the debugger, because I want to use the debugger a lot, because I believe you already use the debugger, or I hope you do. So the debugger is super necessary, and the debugger in Dart is top of the class. Yeah. So I put a breakpoint in there, and I have to only run start debugger. Yeah? Actually, you can see a couple of links on top of main, which is run and debug, or on the right in there stands run with debugging, start debugging, blah, blah. You have like 3 ways, or even 4, because I press F5 directly. So start debugging. Yeah? So I'll press F5, and it just launches this thing, and it stops there. And actually, it opened for me the debug console, and it already printed Hello Dart project, which is the first instruction, in line 2, and it stopped on the print nice to meet you. If you can do that, if you can check that works, you will have a much nicer time executing Dart projects and stuff. And you can even recycle the same project and change the code or something, and just work on the same project all the time and reuse it. It's not a problem. But it's the debugger is launched much more easily by working on a folder and a proper Dart project. That's what I mean. Okay? Anyone succeeded with this?
No.
No? Okay.
I cannot then compile the code.
You cannot. You don't need to compile anything. You have to only type run, and that's it. Did you follow the folder thing?
The terminal is not doing
terminal
it.
doesn't work. The path variable set up correctly and all that.
Yeah, I'm going to redo everything just so maybe I did something wrong. I don't know.
Okay. One way to check this. Okay, I'll just quit this, so I'll say continue, and it's gonna stop. When I go to the look at down here, you have terminal, you have debug console, you have output, you have problems, and well, there's a lot of stuff. But if you type terminal in there, you can check stuff in here as well. So if you don't echo path, you should see the folder in which you installed Flutter, and the bin directory in particular. And if you do Dart lib, who was asking this? I don't know. Remember, you can even do Dart lib main Dart, and it should execute. Okay. Actually, it gives you this error, which is quite curious. You can ignore that. This thing, warning, interpreting this package URI, blah blah. You can ignore that. But the output is there, yeah. So you can also even you can execute projects by using the command line, yeah. But in general, I think it's much nicer to try it inside VS Code, because you can debug. You don't even need to print anything. You can do string s I and string q blah, and then I don't know, int c7 or 6, and then I'll stop in there. It has to be, you don't use that, but I don't care. And I'll do F5 and it will stop in there. And now if you go to the debugger, you can see the local variables in there, and it's quite nice. Okay, so anyway, if you have problems, don't worry about doing it right now. Right now I'm trying to explain just what's me doing it, and then you can redo it. I don't think it's difficult, and but the point is essentially that you can really run programs comfortably and not have too much hassle. So that's it. Okay. So that's about the installation and stuff like that. Yeah. Any questions apart from the fact that some of you tried it right now? I think right now it's important to keep going, because now since the schedule is so funny, yeah, it's been 1 hour, hasn't it? Yeah, it's 1 hour of class already. Yeah, because the timings are so different from usually. Like this 3/4 thing is making me crazy. Okay, yeah, so it's been 1 hour. So any questions about the whole stuff I explained and everything else, apart from the installation, I mean. Oops, I changed the camera. Not. You have a problem with the terminal and Git. It says that you don't have Git, maybe. The environment variables, the local environment variables, you can open them with env. And this is the third time I said that, so be watching, because otherwise you ask questions that the other guys get super bored with it, because they've seen me say it 3 times. The last thing I showed. What? Okay, to show it on the, okay, yeah, that's echo path, like that. So it's a command which shows me, yeah, okay, here, this is the command. Echo and then percent sign path percent sign. Okay. That's what you meant? What did you mean there? You can speak if you want. Okay. The int and strings. What did I do? I just run start debugging, and that's it. Or creating the project. So if I have this program, can you hear me? Yes.
What I was saying is, like, before you showed that these variables were stored somewhere, but I lost where they were.
Okay. On the left, it's the debugger. Yeah, this one. So if I run something and I stop there and I press F5, this button is the debugger. It says what, variables, blah blah. Yeah? And the call stack.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else? Super. Yeah, okay, so right now let's suppose that you can try this later, maybe, but let's start a little bit with the Dart language, because we have to go on quickly. I think it's easy, but we have a lot to talk about actually. So in fact, some of the problems that you might encounter is because of confusion between C++ and Dart. And I'll try to be really explicit about what's different, and some of the let me show, because what is Giathos? Giathos is also image sharing thing. Okay, let's see the Giathos. Okay, if you install Git, it will go away. Let's actually put the wait a second. Let's open that. You can install Git from here. You use Git though, don't you? I think at least I believe you use Git.
We use Git.
GitHub only. No, but okay. What a shame. GitHub is not Git. Git is by itself.
I have used Git, but just for
Ryan?
spare time.
Ryan?
Yeah, we usually get that time.
So the yeah, a shame, because the Git, these guys, no, a shame too, because it's the most powerful way by far. I don't consider anyone doing computer science that doesn't know the terminal, and I say it. I don't mean to criticize anything, but it's a bad idea not to know that, because it's the most powerful way to use computers by far. Yeah? Nice. Okay, so if you install Git directly, it will be installed and put on the path, and then Dart will see it. And I'll tell you something which is nice. Flutter uses Git behind it, and it just clones the repo they use, so it's open source. So when you upgrade Flutter, he does basically a pull from the repo and goes to a specific version, and that's it. So it's quite good that Flutter and Dart and Git interoperate themselves. So just if you want, just install Git, and then maybe that will go away. I wasn't aware of this because the Flutter versions keep changing a little bit. So, but I believe Git is not necessary. It might be complaining, but maybe it runs stuff. I don't know. If you see the error, anyone has tried any way and ignored the error and it does work, or what? Might not. It's not necessary for now, but if you install it, it's okay, because it will be necessary maybe later. Exactly. That's what Pau is saying. It complains, but it runs fine. Thanks. Okay, so you can ignore the error for now, but eventually, just install Git. This is the page. I'll put it on the chat as well, so you can click it. So that's the one. So if you want to install that as well. So let's say it's 3 things, yeah. But inside, so Flutter and all these tools use Git behind that, yeah. So as I was saying, I will try to map that to your understanding of things as in C++, but you will see some differences. And one of the first ones is that if I write a program in Dart, and I'll try to put some kind of different types of variables in here. Like we have ints, we have doubles, we have booleans, we have nums, this is new, and we have strings. All of those are actually. Let me stop that. All of these variables exist, all of those types exist in Dart, and we have to talk about what num is, because you might not know it. There is no char, there is no car, the character thing. Everything are strings, so a character is just a string of one character, that's it. So no car, and much better actually. And the num thing we will talk about later. But the string class, it's also a class in the standard library. So these are the basic types in Dart. Yeah? But the main difference, and this is a huge difference, actually in C#, I believe you already have that concept possibly. Because C#, I haven't used C# much, but I know that it's Java-like in a way. So in C#, whenever you have an integer, is it an object? Or is it stored inside the variable? Do you know that? So ints and doubles, are they just numbers or are they objects? Is there any boxing types or anything? This is something I don't remember very well, but since C# was inspired by Java, possibly it could get that from Java, I don't know. Is there a kind of integer in capital I, or double in capital G, and then the int and the double, the little ones? This is something I don't know, and you probably know. Enrique is typing to me.
I don't think they are classes, but...
No? Okay. Well, it's important to know that, but you know that in C++, whenever I have a variable which is an integer, the p, this variable p, stores the integer. Yes. So it's inside the p. There's nothing else. Yeah. It's a small thing. It's 32 bytes, and that's it. Well, in Dart, this is not the case. Absolutely not. Everything is an object. So you would have something like a pointer inside the p. There's a pointer to an object of the integer class. Yeah? The difference is quite huge actually. So everything is an object in Dart. Everything. Okay? Including integers. It seems wasteful and inefficient, but the Dart compiler can disentangle that and put it in and generate efficient code by even keeping the illusion that you have objects all the time. Yeah. So it's a curious thing. So actually, Dart, you will see that plays a curious game. It is a dynamic language and a statically typed language, which is a super nice thing to do. So the double is the same as in C++. It's a floating point 64-bit thing. Actually, the int is 64-bit as well directly. There's no 32-bit things. The boolean is the same as in C++, and the num is a fusion. So it's a base class of int and double. Okay. So int and double inherit from num. So num both, encompasses. So it's the union, no, of int and double. So in the num class, you can put, let's say, int p7 double q 0.05. This will be true. The literals are the same, of course. And in here you can say 6, or you could say 6.7 as well. And on the string we can write like this. Okay. So let's print those things. Print q, print r, print t, print x. Okay. And let's run it. Actually, I'll remove the breakpoint. I'll show the terminal and the debug console, and then I'll do F5. And that's it. It's gonna run, and it's gonna show me in blue what the value is. So 7, 0.05, true, 6.7, and this thing I wrote, this nonsense. Okay, so yeah, for now the only difference is float doesn't exist in Dart. Yeah, it's only doubles. So for now the only difference, but it is important, is that everything is an object. So the way to see that actually is this. I can type null in here and it will accept it, and when I run that it will say null. Okay? And it says null. And even if I don't put anything, what do we expect it to be? Well, null as well. Actually, C++ is known for not initializing variables. Okay, so if you use a variable that hasn't been initialized, well, I don't know now, maybe the standard now is different, because I didn't follow it, because I got fed up. But the variables which are not initialized are null, because they are kind of pointers, yes? And an initialized pointer is null, which means it's 0 or something. Well, actually, null is a special value in Dart, which means there's nothing. There's no object, yeah? So it's a kind of null pointer, and it's called null, but actually we don't know how it's implemented inside Dart. Could be something else, okay? Nice. So every variable in here can be null, yeah? If I do r is nothing, or the s is nothing, you will see 3 nulls now, yeah? Okay, let's try that. Yeah, you see 3 nulls clearly on the bottom. Yeah? Super. So that's one thing. So 2 ideas. Let's take note of this. Let's say basic types plus all variables point to objects. And I'll put some ones as well. Yeah. Okay. This is super important. Okay, that's one thing. Let's go a little bit further with that. So what happens when let's copying, let's say copying objects. And I'll say, okay, string name is James, and I'll say string name2, and I'll say name. Okay, what happened here? Okay, I'll make it bigger. What happened in this instruction? Anybody has a guess to what is going on in that? It's an assignment, but what happened? Is name2 a different string? If I do name2, actually let's and yeah, we won't be able to see it directly. Anyway, no, that doesn't. It's no problem. But will name2 be a different string? So name has a string which contains James, which is an object. Will name2 have a different object or the same object that exists in name? That's a nice question. What do you think? Actually, let me open the browser because I closed it. There are two options in a way. If the actually it's harder if we do it like this. Because if I say p2 equals p, what do you think? P2 is gonna point to a different integer? It's gonna copy the integer, or is it the same object? Yeah. And I was going to show you the cheat sheet, because on the cheat sheet I have it. Let's go there. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah. Part 1, cheat sheet 1. Let's open that. I'll have it on there. So the situation is this one. I hope you see that. If the variable s points to a string and the variable t also points to and if I do an assignment which assigns t to s, actually I am reusing the same object, so the new variable points to the old string. There's no duplication, the assignment does that. Of course, in the case of integers, if you wanted to generate efficient code in assembly or in machine code, you will eventually not do that. But the meaning is this: when you copy objects, you just copy the reference. It's like you always work with pointers. Yes, this is very important. Yeah, so exactly. Marcus was and Jordi was speaking on the chat, and Enrique was saying that they would be two different strings. Actually, the string class does not copy until you write in C++ as well, but really the base objects are different, that's clear. But inside them the pointers are the same, and then there's this copy and write, there's a whole optimization stuff, but the in Dart you don't have to think too hard. It's always like this, yeah? No copying assignment. You just copy the reference, okay? Super important. Okay, I'll keep actually the cheat sheet around because I'm using it as a base. Okay, now let's go to other stuff. Actually, this P is wrong because I was using already P. And it's putting squiggly blue lines on these variables because I'm not using them, but I don't care. Okay, let's talk about var. Now you know auto in C++. This auto, you use auto. I guess you do because it's very useful, isn't it? I don't know if you use that. In C++ I use it quite often. The auto keyword. This one.
Yeah, in some loops.
Okay. In the loops you use it? Oh, because sorry, I opened OBS without knowing. Yeah, but you can use it anywhere. What does auto do? It only infers the type of the variable for you, so you don't have to type so much. And this is very good in very complicated STL types like vector of list of map and blah blah, and it saves you from typing. Well, there's a corresponding thing in Dart called var. So if I say var x and then later on I assign a string to it, it's gonna be a string. Okay, so it's going to be a string. So if I do print text here and then we stop in there, we can execute that. Let's see if the debugger shows us the type, because I don't remember this very well. Yeah, string. You see, 1 byte string. Actually, it says the internal class as well. It says this is 1 byte string. We don't know what that is, but yeah, it says that it's a string. And p2 is null. This is no, because I was okay, because I copied the p. I made a mistake of changing only this one. That doesn't matter. But x is a string, so the variable is the same as if I had typed string x, which is a strong type. It's not a dynamic type. This is important. So if I do var y and I say minus 5.89, it's gonna be a double, isn't it? So I'll stop that. Let's save it, and I'll print y as well, so that it doesn't complain so much. I'll save that, and let's stop it in here, and say F5. And the y is a double, yeah, it's a double. So it's telling me. Actually, I didn't tell you something which is interesting. There's this page called Dartpad dev. Dartpad. You can look at in Google Dartpad and it just comes up, the Dartpad. And okay, whatever. Update in time. It makes me update. Oh my god. Can just. Okay, it doesn't let me load that because I have the time wrong, because I use Linux and then Windows is using the local time instead of the UTC, whatever. Anyway, so Dartpad is a nice web page letting you execute Dart programs in the browser. So I cannot show you now, but because I don't want to lose time on that. But you can use it if you want, even if you don't have Dart installed, and you can run programs in there. It's on the cheat sheet, by the way. It's here, the link, yeah? Dartpad dev. You can click in there and you can go. Okay, so we are talking about this var, and essentially var means infer the type from the right hand side. Yeah. So if I had a function, we haven't talked about functions yet, but anyway, let's suppose I have a function that returns a double. I'll call it f and returns a 5.5. Okay. So if I now do var z f, it will infer the type for me as well, and it will say that z is a double because it inferred it from the f. Actually, if I hover over the f, it doesn't show me. I know, because I'm running something. But if I hover over the f, it says double f. Yeah? So if I do F5 now, we will see that z is a double. Okay. Double. I have to wait a little bit with the cursor so that the type appears. Actually, if I go here, it says just 5.5. If I hold here, it shows me the type, double. Okay. So var only means, it's like the auto in C++, only means infer the type for me. Just let me not have to say the type and just get it from the value itself, which is very handy. Okay. But there's a different concept as well. This is just to type less, but there's a different concept which is much more general, and this is not found in C++, by the way, which is the dynamic type. Okay, and the dynamic type not to be confused with the var. The var only how to say, only infers the type from the right hand side. The dynamic type is as a type that you can write yourself, like dynamic, let's say capital A, and I can declare a variable like that. And what is this type called dynamic? So the dynamic type is for any value in that, any object, anything can be put inside there. So if I have a dynamic variable, I can put an integer in it, I can put a string in it, I can put a list in it, or I can put null in it, I can put anything. Okay, anything that Dart lets me create, I can store it in there. It's a pointer to anything. It's like the void asterisk pointer, like it points to anything else. Okay, and it's very useful because you can have sometimes a variable which you don't know exactly what type's going to be, and you would like to consider it inside the language. Okay, and this is a way to do that. So you have an example in here. Like I can store any type inside dynamic variables. Now one thing relates the dynamic and the var, and it's the following. I don't know if you can see the thing. So let's suppose I say var b, and then I put semicolon. What type should the variable capital B be? What type is this? What is the type of B? Yeah, it's a great question, because if I use var, then this means that I should be inferring the type from the value that I was assigning, but there is no value. So what type should Dart put to this variable? What's your intuition about that? You can type on the chat if you want. No, it's not. Actually, I'm asking about the type of the variable. Null is a value. It's null. The value is null, but I'm asking about the type. Yeah, it's a dynamic. Exactly. If I don't say what the type of a variable is, because I say var b, then it's a dynamic. Yeah. So the type is dynamic. So later on, I will be able to assign it b equals true, or b equals an empty string, and all of this works. So I can do print a and print a and print b. Okay. So to not confuse both things, var, okay, this is like, let's say, it's almost like auto. This infers the type of the variable from the right expression. Okay. Now dynamic type, anything, any Dart object. Okay, and the special case is what happens when I use var and I do not have, I cannot infer the type, then it is dynamic. Okay. Some people confuse these two concepts. They are different. Var is a keyword in the language, which is a substitute for a type that I don't want to write. And dynamic is a special type, which is quite concrete. It's a type that exists. And actually, these two instructions are almost the same, because var turns into dynamic whenever I do this, but only if I do that. Because it's like he doesn't have enough information to know what B should be, so then it just says, okay, then I'll put dynamic and it will be okay. Yeah. So that's why this program works. Actually, I find this quite flexible and nice, because this means that in Dart you can choose whatever style you like. If you like to do dynamic stuff and not worry about types, for those guys who have used Python or JavaScript or things like that, well, it's quite comfortable not having to say what the type of a variable is, because it's quicker, and it's more error prone. Maybe you make mistakes of with the types and stuff, but it's quite nice. And at the same time, sometimes you want to know the types of things because it helps you. It doesn't compile, it checks for errors and stuff, and some people like more the languages of that type. Well, Dart does both. You can do both things with Dart, which is quite nice. It plays the two games at once. Yeah? It tries to be as static typed as much as it can, but at the same time is flexible enough because there is this dynamic type which lets you do anything. I think it's a very good decision from the point of view of the Dart language. Actually, the Dart language came from JavaScript. So the guys, Chrome still has the best JavaScript virtual machine inside, which is called V8. And the guys who wrote that program, which is an incredible C++ program, of which I've read parts of the code, by the way, the guys who did that then went on to work on Dart. So basically they had all the experience of working with JavaScript and they applied it to do a better language, and you can see it in Dart. And Dart didn't catch on. It is not popular by any stretch of the imagination, but now with Flutter is gaining popularity again. So Adrian says that you still don't get the difference between dynamic and var. Well, var is a keyword. It's like the auto, yeah. So var is a keyword which tells the compiler to infer the type of something. So I don't want to write the type. I don't want to say string here and I type var, but it is the same. Okay. So var is not a type. It's just the idea that I don't want to write the type, and Dart should infer it for me. Yeah. And dynamic is a type. Dynamic is a Dart type. Okay. And what mixes both is that whenever I don't say the type of a variable, then it is assumed to be dynamic. So var, trying to infer what B is, will say, okay, let's put dynamic because this is the most general, and then later on you can assign anything to the variable B because I don't have information right now on what B should, the variable B should be typed. Okay, that's the difference. Dynamic can change its data type. No. Dynamic is a type. It's the type of all objects. Why put var instead of dynamic? Because var lets you not have to write the type. You will see later. When we do lists of lists, I'll do a list of lists because I guess you understand it. If I say list of int, and I'll say L, and then I write 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I wrote myself the type of this thing. I don't have to. I can say var and it's the same, because Dart will infer it for me. Yeah? So that's what I want from var. I want it to infer the type because I don't want to type it. Yeah? It's harder even if you do map string list. I don't know, bool, yeah, because it's longer to type. It's cumbersome, like yeah. So if I do that, actually I should fill it with something. I'll say false, true, yeah. So now this type is horrible. No, it's not super horrible, but it's a little hard. I can say var in here because it's the same. The literal tells Dart what that is. Okay, that's what var means. But it's like I'm lazy. Var means I am lazy. I don't want to type. I don't want to write the type of the variable. Yes, I want to type blah blah. Yeah. It's difficult to speak sometimes because it gets confusing. Okay. Super. Let's go on. What else is different? Yeah, actually, in C++, let's advance a little bit. In C++, you have also these const stuff, okay? You can type const and say, okay, const x. Actually, in C++, you have to do that. Const x, something like that. Let's say pi is 3, yeah, something like that. Okay, I say the number pi is like that. And you say in C++ you have const, and it basically means you have a variable, or it seems like a variable, and but you cannot change it. If you say pi later, say, oh no, pi is different, it's down now, like, yeah, something like that. It says no, you cannot change that. Const means you cannot assign to it, okay? Yeah. So this is what it means in C++, but in Dart it doesn't mean that. There are two things in Dart. Actually, you guys have seen const expression, this thing const expression. This is from the latest standards in C++. I think it was introduced in C++ 14, the const expression, or 17, I don't know exactly. You know that const expression stuff? It's very powerful actually.
I don't think so.
No? You will, I guess. Or maybe not, I don't know. Because C++ is getting so big that it's too much. But the idea of const expression was is exactly what Dart solves already with the const. So let's change to Dart mode now. This was kind of C++. Let's go to Dart. In Dart we have final. Actually, final is a keyword in C#. It could be. So final is a keyword in C#, or maybe not. I don't know. But anyway, let's go on with that. I don't want to mix too much. So let's say, okay, I have final and const. So in Dart I have two different keywords. Let's use final first. So let's final. I'll say final double t equals 0.5, and then I say const double pi 3.1459. So what's the difference between both? Well, I'll tell you one difference. Actually, it complains. Okay, because t already existed. Let's say tt. I don't care. And I'll say print tt and print pi. And actually, I think we can see that if I go to this print and do F5, and we can see. Oh, okay, I had already a breakpoint, so let's jump that. Okay, on the debugger. So the idea is, can you see on the left any pi variable? There is no pi variable, is it? So, yeah. So, but there is a tt variable. So what's going on? Okay, so actually, a constant in mathematics is a value that never changes, never will change, like pi or e or things like that, and it's not even stored anywhere. Everyone knows what value it has. So when I say print tt, I will print whatever's inside tt, which is on the left. You can see tt here. But pi doesn't exist as a variable because it is a constant. When I print pi, it's like I wrote print 3.141592. So a constant in Dart is a true constant, is a true mathematical constant. It doesn't exist as a variable. There's no variable. Okay? So what the final means in Dart is what the const means in C++. There is a variable called tt. The problem is that I cannot assign to it. If I try to change it, I get an error. Okay? That's the meaning of final. It has a final value. I cannot. So in this sense, they even cleaned up the meaning, because const has a kind of wrong meaning in C++. Because constant is not a variable. It doesn't vary. So a final variable is something I cannot change, which sounds much better. So to me, it's like a really good and intuitive way of naming that stuff. So Dart has the both. You can have constants, and you can also have final variables, but those are variables. So that's actually, this is what const expression does. The translation in modern C++ of this is const double tt 0.5, and it's rewriting the comment. Anyway, and const expression, if I remember correctly, I haven't used it much, but I believe it's more or less like this. So const expression means that this pi is not something that should be stored in memory anywhere. It's just some value that's computed at compile time, at the time of compilation. And whenever I say pi, I use the value that I got from here. Yeah? And const expressions in C++ let you make immutable data structures, and they're very nice. I think it's one of the good additions to the language. But anyway. So in Dart you use const for constants, and you use final for immutable variables, but they are variables. So the big thing is that tt is a variable, but pi is not a variable. Pi is just a value. It's floating there. It's a constant value, but it's not stored anywhere. The code just uses that constant when it needs to. But I can call it pi, which is nice. Okay, so that's very important. Okay, so that's a define. Yeah, but the define is a hack which translates the source code, and a define doesn't know typing, so you couldn't know exactly. It's like define tt, no, not define tt, define pi. Yeah, because tt was a variable, so it's define pi. But define pi just substitutes in your code when you write pi for the value it has. It's like a cut and paste thing. And in here I'm using something else, which is that Dart knows that this is a double value, and it could be a list. It could be something like that. Let's say math constants, and I'll say pi and I don't know, 278. Yeah, actually it doesn't like that because it's const. I don't remember the notation. What's the problem? No, I have to stop it, and then it will tell me the error. Sorry. I'm saying yeah, absolutely. It's list of. Actually, I can say const like that, and it will work fine. Because const is like var, it infers the type. I can say it explicitly, but I don't need to. So I'll say like that. Const math constants, and this is now a list, and Dart knows about it. It says list double. Yeah. So it's very different from the define. Okay, the define thing is a horrible hack that we still. I suppose you can do const var. I suppose, I don't know, const var. No, you have to leave it like. If you don't say the type, just shut up. Yeah. So yeah, it's quite. So in a way, Dart is a very modern language, and the guys who wrote it know a lot. And they kind of cleaned up stuff, yeah, and it's not appreciated enough, in my opinion. And now that Flutter is growing exponentially, Dart is getting a new life in a way. Because I believe Dart is a really good language, because it got so many of the decisions right that it's difficult to ignore now. Yeah. Okay. What time is it, by the way? Yeah, that's 20 minutes more. Okay. Okay, let's talk about one last thing about the types and variables, because I was a little slow because I spent some time talking about VS Code and stuff, which is fine for me. But yeah, let's talk about two things. Let's end with two things. One will be what's called string interpolation, which is a very useful thing to generate strings with values inside, embedded in them. And the other one is just to map mentally the ifs, while, for, and all that, because they're all the same exactly, except for very little things. Okay. The only one that's different is the switch a little bit, and for the better. So I'll erase all this because we don't need it. Yeah, let's erase everything. And then let's talk about string interpolation. Let's say I have a string. No, let's say I have some values. So I'll say name is James, and I'll say last name is Bond, and the age of this guy is 27 years. I always use the same values. And now I want to talk like James Bond, and I want to say something on the screen, and it says my name is, and I would like to put the value of the name variable inside here. Well, in C++, you can use the plus sign to concatenate strings, and so can you in Dart. In Dart, you can use the plus sign to just join this string with the name, and then print will receive a new. Actually, let's do message, and say message is my name is plus name. So you can see clearly that I'm generating a new string called message, and I'm joining. Yeah? Okay. So if I wanted to make it a little longer, I could say this. Instead of name, you know that James Bond doesn't talk like that. It talks like this. It says my name is Bond, and then comma, and then name plus last name. Now this got too long, too fast. Like it's quite difficult to read when you start using the plus sign to generate this. Now in C++ you can do cout blah blah, my name is, and it's not horrible, but the Dart version is much nicer, and it's this one. I can write first my name is last name, name last name. This is the phrase, and then if I put a dollar in front, and you see the color changes, this dollar means okay, go on the environment and use the values of the variables outside and just insert them in here. Okay. And James Bond would never say his age, but we'll add the age as well. Because you can see that in here I can put strings, more strings. I can put other integers and stuff like that. Okay. So let's run this and see how it. Control N to open the terminal. I click the debug console. Actually, the debug console is here, and it's Control Shift Y. Okay. So that. Oh, sorry. So if I press that, I can open and close it, and then I can clear it on the right with this button here, and I clear it, and I press F5 now. Okay. Actually, yeah, I'll make it stop in there, so I'll run it anyway. And you can see the result in here. My name is Bond, James Bond, age 27. So this is really nice because I can write my string, and whenever I need anything, I put a $sign, and inside it I can say that. Now, let's suppose that James Bond goes older, and it's now 45. And he doesn't want to admit that he's 45, and now he says, okay, instead of saying age 45, he says, okay, I'm gonna say 10 years less, something like that. So I appear to be 35, but I'm really 45. And I put a couple of braces in here, like this curly braces. Now this kind of expression is a little different. You see the blue that now encompasses both the age and the minus and the 10, and this means that the number is going to be calculated from this expression. So I essentially put an expression inside the curly brace, and it's going to be calculated and inserted in place. So now James Bond says, let's try that. The guy is lying completely, and it says, my name is Bond, James Bond, age 35. And it's a lie, but we can calculate expressions in here easily. Now, if we can make James Bond scream even, like we can say to uppercase. Okay, like he can scream now. So if I say F5, now he says Bond, like super angry. Like this is also an expression. If I forget the curly braces, you see what happens already because it's blue, but you can infer what's going to happen. Let's try that. So it says my name is Bond to uppercase, which is quite funny, but this is because the expression to use an expression you should use the curly braces. If it's just a variable, you can use the name of the variable directly, but if it's an expression, and you can use here, you can you can use plus exclamation signs, and you can do any big expression in there. And my name is Bond, yeah, even screaming more. So that's an interesting thing. So the this thing, interpolation thing, works. It has two versions. So you have a normal version with a normal variable, and you have this expression version in which you can put any expression inside, and it's any expression you want, and it will be inserted in there. Okay. Yeah. If you put objects or something, then those objects have to have a toString method. I think C# might have a toString method for all objects as well as Java and all that. But yeah, so that's interesting. Okay, and last thing, let's go very quickly over the if and the while and all that, because they are all exactly the same as in C++. So how do I write an if? I say if name equals James, I'll say print it's James. Yeah. Else, if age is less than 50, print how young. Yeah, something like that. And then I can do a for loop like in C++ exactly. For int 0, last name age, last name length. So the length of a string I can get from this length variable, and I can print last name I on a line, so I will print vertically. So the for works exactly the same, and the while as well. So I can do a while loop that says while age is less than 50, age plus plus, and print age. And what else? I don't know, anything. So all of this, the if, the for, and the while are exactly the same as in C++. So let's print that actually. Let's execute that. Actually, I have to open the terminal. Yeah. You see, it's James says, it's James. Bond, you saw that printed, and then 50, because whenever I exit the loop, I will print 50 because it's already 50. This is the first value that so in a way, let me make it okay. In a way, the if, the while, and the for are exactly the same and 100% the same as in C++. What changes? Just a little bit. For instance, there's this, I don't know if you use the switch a lot. Do you use the switch a lot, by the way? I don't know. Do you? Yeah. Do you do type switch or stuff like that? Do you polymorphism? This is something I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, and you use probably switches and stuff like that. Yeah, nice. So, okay, super. So the switch has this problem in C. This comes from C, which was invented in a strange way. You can do really strange stuff in a switch. But let's say, okay, I have a variable n, it's 5. I do n equals standard in read. Sorry, I have to do standard in. Yeah, auto import. I'll read something from the user. Read line thing, and then let me think. Yeah, I can do int parse. So I'll get an integer from the user. What's going on? Ah, okay, yeah, it's nice. So I'll get an integer from the user, and I'll say switch n, and I'll say, okay, if it's 1, I'll print 1. This is stupid, by the way, but anyway. And you know, I have to put a break, otherwise, sorry, case 2, print 2, break. Now, if I forget the break, it's a mess, yeah? And sometimes people use that. Guillem is going out and in all the time, poor guy. Default, and then there's the default case. This is the same as well. So the default print, I don't know. So the guy doesn't know much. But in Dart, if you forget the break, the case doesn't compile. You see the error? Now, if you wanna do that, you can say fall through. I know. I don't remember now. No, fall through. How was this? I don't remember now what it was called. I believe you can force the fall through, but in general you won't forget the breaks because it's a compile time error. And now let's try that. F5. Now the program will print stuff and wait me to write something, so I'll write 15. I don't know what happened now. I know I have to go to the terminal because the debug console doesn't let me. This is telling the debugger to do something, not telling the program, because I'm not on the. I have to run it here. So let's start the main up. Yeah, the freaking slashes. Okay. Yeah, here like 15. I don't know, but if I say 2, it says 2. Yeah? Okay, so that switch case stuff is helping a little. That's one thing. So it's a little difference, but for the better. Yeah. So it catches your errors in a way. I believe there's how was the fall through error? Yeah, fall through. Now it doesn't. I don't. Yeah, I can check it later. But there was a way to go to the next case without a break, yeah, which is when you forget it in C++, that's what it does. And the final thing is, you have a list. If I have a list, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we will talk about lists next class on Thursday, I guess. But if you have it now in C++, there's also this for. It's called a for each or something. So if I say var value in L, it doesn't give me the index, but now it doesn't make me write the whole index, the whole int I less than ln blah blah. So it's much easier to write if I only have to go over all the elements in the L list. So it's a little bit nicer. Let's run that. Maybe I run it. I didn't show it. I know it's already running something. What am I doing? Yeah. So it's F5 again, and open this. Oh yeah. I'm stupid because I'm still reading the completely nuts. Where is it? Yeah, here. So let's say that n is 2 and that's gonna be it, or n5 and that's okay. Let's stop it and run it again. F5. Yeah, it was waiting for me to read something. Yeah, okay. So you see, this is the output now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 comes from this this loop in here. So this is just a different kind of loop. And now C++ has this. Yeah, I don't know if you use that, but yeah, it's there. So this is for in. People calls it for in or for each. The for each in Dart, you will see that is a method of in the lists, and we will talk specifically about it next class. But yeah, that's continue. Yeah, Pau, I think you're right. It must have been continue because I tried it. Fall through is in Go. I also use Go, which is a super nice language. No, but continue doesn't sound right because continue means go to the next loop, and there's no loop in the switch. Anyway, I'll look it up because it doesn't. The L in the for loop was the variable, was the list. So var value in L means L is the list. So you can call it list if you want. We'll rename it and that's it. For value in list, or actually list numbers. Much better. Yeah. Okay. So more or less, that's the basics, and I believe you can be quite familiar in Dart already. There are differences, of course, but the biggest, remember, the biggest is the object thing. Everything is an object. Every variable points to an object, and every variable can be null. Okay, and there's this two-way way of working in which you can put types to things, strong types, integer, double, blah blah. But at the same time, you could choose not to and use dynamic. Okay, and if you are lazy, you can say bar, and that does its thing. And more or less, that's the difference between C++ and Dart. But apart from that, everything else is almost the same for now. Later on, we will see that in the functions department, it's way different, and you need to know that. Yeah, and it's super nice. I like it a lot. I like both C++, Dart, and many languages, but I keep liking Dart more and more because I feel that they made good decisions in it. Okay. So, any more questions or any things you want to say to me? Say it to my face. Speak to me if you want. I'm looking at the chat, so no problem. Not at the moment. That's either good or bad. I don't know. Maybe you understand everything. That's nice, or maybe there are no questions, which means I don't know. No problem. I will keep going. Many people are writing. Yeah, for the practice stuff, you can watch the videos again. You can try stuff. I think it's the better way. Like programming is like riding a bike. You have to fall to the ground and get some bruises on your knees to learn anything. So it's nice to try. Use the Dart pad if you need, maybe. But I recommend that you try to install stuff. Yeah. But use the cheat sheet if you want to just review everything and see if you understood it and try stuff. It's not, I believe we don't need to be experts in Dart. You will see that later on in Flutter, everything kind of falls into place, but it's really nice to introduce Dart like that, because otherwise you would feel that something's missing if I went directly to Flutter. But I don't want to spend too much time. But yeah, try to not lose track of stuff. Like if you start seeing that I type stuff on the screen and you don't understand anything, strange. But yeah, anyway, try to use that. Okay. Anyway, I think it's already time, more or less. I'll see you on Thursday. It's gonna be a really strange class because I'll be doing the class on one group and the other is gonna be watching me. I don't know how we'll manage, but anyway, it's gonna be similar to this one. So we will continue with this. Everyone can practice in its own computer. I will show what I do on mine, and it's gonna be like that most of the course. So it's a practical approach, but I like it like that. It's like the assignments are still a little far in the future. The first assignment is going to be whenever we know enough about Flutter to really build a screen, a complex screen. So I'll ask for you to make me a professional looking screen, only one screen. So that's going to be the first assignment, but it's still far in the future. Let's say after the 7th class probably, or something like that. If we take our computers, the classes will solve. I don't think so. The classes on the campus, on premises, I mean, I think they are streaming using Google Meet between classes, and also allowing the guys who are online, fully online, to be able to see them. But the guys who see me talking will be there. So, and I think I will do 1 hour one group and the other hour the other group, or something like that. So I can pass you the virus to both groups in a way. I will be wearing a mask. It's a joke. But I will split, I think, because otherwise one group is gonna see me on the screen and the other is gonna see me in person. But I don't know. We will see. It's split into 2 classes because every class has to have half the students on the class. Yeah. So we will see how we manage. I don't know, but I will continue with this kind of session. Yeah. Anyway, if you have anything, just write to me inside the campus, and that's all. And if not, then I'll see you on Thursday. Yeah? Yep, good then. Super. So, okay. So see you on Thursday then. Bye bye, and have a nice day and nice week. And don't get infected. Because otherwise we will have an online 100%, and I think it's nice to at least have 1 day of face-to-face stuff. See you then. Bye.
Hi everyone. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you. My name is Gerard Escudero. I am your teacher in theory in artificial intelligence. I will write my email addresses in the chat, so write them. Okay, here you have the address of the work and my personal address. I think the webcam is Richard. I will stop. Okay, let's begin. I will share PowerPoint slides. Okay, so what is artificial intelligence? Let's begin with the course. Today is devoted to the presentation of the course. We will introduce the artificial intelligence and game AI. Then we will talk about the content and evaluation, and finally I will give you the references and tools for the course. So let's begin with artificial intelligence. In order to do questions, this is the first time I use Adobe Connect. Try the chat or the raise your hand. If I don't see, turn on the micro and talk. Tell me something. Okay. So let's begin. What is artificial intelligence? Here you have two definitions. One used a lot in game AI is that is a task or behaviors normally assigned to human or animals. Game AI has many connections with robotics, and then so animals comes from robotics. In general, artificial intelligence, an agent is intelligent when it shows smart features, like features usually assigned to humans. Some examples of artificial intelligence are to play chess, perform weather forecasting, or reading car plate licenses. So the history of artificial intelligence, it begins in the early 20th century with philosophy and the Turing test. The Turing test is a test to see if a machine or a program is intelligent. Then it put a machine and a human and another human in the figure, the C, has to guess who is the human and who is the computer. If the computer can tell that the human says that he is human, then it's intelligent, the machine. In the 50s begins the symbolic era. This symbolic era means to get knowledge and reasoning. This is the beginning of many of the game AI techniques, like finite state machines or behavior trees, decision trees, and so on. In the 60s begins another field that is called cybernetics. Here we have neural networks. Cybernetics is all that cybernetic is all that comes from biological fields, like neural networks that comes from the brain, human brain, or the movement that comes from robotics. In 1966, it becomes a big crisis in AI due to a research project report, final report, against machine translations. In this project, people promises to perform a machine translator, and the research project crashed. So all the AI go into a big crisis. But the two fields continuing doing research. In the 17th, it becomes a big improvement in neural networks called MLP, we will see in the machine learning theme. And in symbolic field, remember this, we begins with search strategies and uncertainty. This is very important in game AI, because from here comes the A start, that is the basic pathfinding algorithms. There is any of you that only understand English? Yeah, there are people. Okay. Ok, pues paso al català, si us sembla bé. Vale. Hi ha algú que no entengui el català? Ok. Ok, pues continuem. Bueno, faig un resum de tot això. Hi ha dues branques en IA, que són la branca simbòlica, que parteix d'un conjunt de coneixement i un sistema de raonament. I després la branca cibernètica, que és la que fa el símil biològic. Del símil biològic ve sobretot les xarxes neuronals, però també tota la part de robòtica, que té a veure amb la simulació de moviment. En el 66, arrel d'un projecte fallit, en projecte de recerca en IA, hi ha una gran crisi degut a que van prometre que es faria un traductor automàtic, i en aquesta època no hi havia la tecnologia per fer-ho. Llavors, als anys 70 hi ha com una sèrie de millores, primer en les xarxes neuronals i després, sobretot, el que interessa en jocs són les estratègies de cerca. Aquí hi ha dues coses importants, que són, per exemple, els algoritmes que juguen a escacs o jocs de taula, i lo que serían el estrella, que són els algoritmes per fer, o el d'extra, per fer pathfinding en videojocs. Llavors, als anys 80 comencen a aparèixer les primeres aplicacions reals de la intel·ligència artificial. Aquí tenim, per exemple, els sistemes experts o la lògica difusa. Recordo que en aquella època que totes les rentadores tenien lògica difusa. Llavors, als anys 90-2000 hi ha un avanç molt significatiu en lo que seria l'aprenentatge automàtic. L'aprenentatge automàtic aquí sobretot és degut a la irrupció d'internet i la potència de les màquines, que permet treballar molt en força bruta. I llavors l'última cosa que hi ha, el gran salt dintre del machine learning i xarxes neuronals, és el que es coneix com deep learning, que això en uns anys estem veient un munt d'aplicacions fetes amb deep learning que funcionen realment bé, són espectaculars. Això és una mica una super resum de la història de la IA. L'he enfocat una mica que veieu el que ens pot interessar de cara a la programació de videojocs. Ok. Un cop introduït una mica el que seria la intel·ligència artificial, doncs anem a veure el que es coneix com el Game AI, que seria la intel·ligència artificial dintre de la programació dels videojocs. Aquí tenim una mica la història perquè veieu, en base a videojocs, què és el que van afegint. El primer joc que es considera que té intel·ligència artificial és el Pac-Man de l'any 80, en el que hi ha una màquina d'estats. Això ho veurem en el tema de presa de decisions. En el 94, en Warcraft, comencen a fer servir ja algoritmes de pathfinding. Aquí teniu, per exemple, en el 97, el GoldenEye, la simulació de sentits. El 97 hi ha el Creatures, que és el primer joc centrat en intel·ligència artificial. El Warhammer és molt interessant perquè és el primer que comença amb moviments en formació d'exèrcits i això. Aquí coses interessants després són els col·laboradors basats en IA de Half-Life o el Sims, que ja és un joc que el joc pròpiament està basat en aquesta IA. Aquí en el Halo, en el 2001, comença el que seria les decision trees, la presa de decisions. Aquí tenim un altre exemple. I aquí el FEAR és un dels primers que fa servir planificadors per fer això. I un altre important ja seria l'AlphaGo, en què tenim un ús bestial de lo que seria el Deep Learning. Tots aquests temes d'aquí ho anirem veient una mica al llarg del curs. Llavors, el model d'IA, el que es fa servir normalment, seria aquest. No? Tenim el coneixement del món, que seria el joc, el coneixement del joc, i aquí els agents sobre els que volem actuar. Llavors hi ha dos grans nivells d'IA. Un que funciona a nivell de grup, que seria on incloem el que seria la tàctica i l'estratègia, i després una IA a nivell de caràcter, a nivell d'agent. Aquí tenim dos nivells, el que seria el control del moviment i l'altre seria la presa de decisions. Entremig, abarcant tots dos, hi ha el que seria el pathfinding, que seria la cerca de camins. Llavors una mica veurem aquests temes al llarg del curs. Començarem de baix a dalt, començarem tractant el moviment, després anirem passant per la presa de decisions i per últim la tàctica i estratègia. Algunes propietats de lo que seria el Game AI són hi ha sobretot quan un dels errors típics és focalitzar molt en fer una guia molt complexa i molt bonica. I el que hem de tenir sempre present que construir un joc ha de ser l'experiència de joc el més important, no la IA. Llavors aquí tenim una mica un dels teoremes, no? Una de les regles bàsiques, la complexity fallacy. És una cosa que s'aplica a tota la ciència, el que es coneixen com la navalla d'Occam. Sempre intenteu que la ciència es diu que l'explicació més simple normalment és la correcta. Llavors en videojocs heu de pensar una mica en el ¿vale? Que sempre la cosa més simple sol funcionar millor. L'altra cosa important és el que s'anomena la finestra de percepció. Els usuaris veuran el que seria la IA en un període molt curt de temps. Llavors, en aquell temps s'ha de demostrar. ¿Vale? Heu d'evitar, sobretot, que hi hagi comportaments o canvis que se'n vagin del sentit comú. Per exemple, el típic és hi ha 4 enemics en un puesto, començarem a disparar cap a un i els altres es queden quiets. Si t'estàs disparant, lo lògic és que te'n vagis cap a una altra banda o que em miris de cobrir o que responguis, el que sigui, però que no et quedis quiet. ¿Vale? I l'última cosa que hem de tenir en compte són, molt important en jocs, són les restriccions de memòria i velocitat. Ja sabeu el que és un fotograma en videojocs, suposo. Clar, no podem ficar tota la IA que ho calculi en un fotograma. Normalment la IA fa servir, segons què, té un cost computacional i d'espai. I llavors heu de mirar com restringim això perquè el joc continuï sent. Aquestes són una mica les 3 característiques de la intel·ligència. Anem a parlar una mica de lo que seria llavors d'aquí del contingut i l'avaluació del curs. Vale? Els conceptes més importants que veurem són el moviment, primer de tot, els coneixem com stream behaviors, després el que seria la planificació per moviment, que seria el pathfinding, i ja passarem a lo que seria el machine learning, que seria l'aprenentatge automàtic. Aquí veurem una mica uns algoritmes bàsics que podem implementar directament en Unity i llavors passarem a les xarxes neuronals i al deep learning. I inclús en deep learning farem algo d'aprenentatge per reforç, que són les últimes tècniques, per exemple, de l'AlphaGo o d'aquest tipus d'algoritmes, no? Que aprenen sols. I ja per últim, això no sé si donarà temps, parlarem una mica del disseny de la intel·ligència artificial. Entremig veurem un tema de com treballar amb els sentits i també tàctiques i estratègia. I com a coses secundàries que tocarem serà treballar una mica amb les eines comuns de Game AI perquè les podeu utilitzar en els vostres jocs i també, tot ho farem en Unity i en C#. Sé que durant la carrera vosaltres treballeu en C++, però és una mica perquè tingueu una introducció a lo que seria Unity i C#. Ok. Què veurem? Dels steering behaviors, aquí us he posat algunes coses que veurem, alguns exemples, no? Per exemple, l'algoritme de Wonder, que seria fer que una gent estigui passejant, sigui aleatori, per alguna banda. El hide, que seria com s'amaga. Els algoritmes de flocking serien els algoritmes aquests grupals, d'ocells, o la primera vegada que es va fer servir va ser per l'estampida de la pel·lícula del Rei Lleó. Peixeres, aquàries, que dels peixos. Després veurem una mica el que seria el Navigation Mesh, que és una mica la xarxa de polígons i els algoritmes de cerca de camins que fan servir en Unity, en la majoria de motors de jocs. Després veurem com treballar una mica amb els sentits, amb el món. Com a decision making, aquesta decisió veurem sobretot dos grans algoritmes, dos grans tècniques, els behavior trees, els arbres de comportament, i el que serien els planificadors i objectes smart objects. Llavors veurem una mica les tècniques grupals de teoria i tàctica, i veurem com treballar amb behavior trees per a la programació de grups, i per últim veurem el machine learning, l'aprenentatge automàtic, les ciències neuronals, deep learning i aprenentatge per reforç. A tot això anirem fent pràctiques. La teoria us aniré explicant la teoria que necessiteu per fer, i cada sessió, em sembla que la teniu vosaltres els dijous al laboratori. Allà farem una pràctica relacionada amb això. La pràctica la fareu amb el Samir, i la teoria la fareu amb mi. Okay. L'avaluació de l'assignatura, ojo sobretot els repetidors, hem canviat molt, hem canviat els professors de l'assignatura, ara la portem el Samir i jo, i bueno, veureu que ha canviat molt les coses. El que seria l'avaluació també, fixeu-vos que l'any passat, per exemple, l'examen final valia un 40%, ara només val un 25%. Segurament reduirem, farem 4 preguntes curtetes. L'any passat, ho dic sobretot per si agafeu exàmens antics, canviaran molt, perquè els exàmens antics el que hi havia fins l'any passat, 4 preguntes curtes i una de disseny, segurament ara deixarem en 4 preguntes curtes. I llavors s'ha incrementat molt el que serien les pràctiques. Les pràctiques també han canviat. El Samir el proper dia ja us explicaré una mica com. Si no és el proper dia, serà la setmana que ve, us donaré l'enunciat de la primera pràctica. Fixeu-vos que la primera pràctica val un 20%, i el que treballarem és estèrics i pathfinding. Agafarem un tutorial que hi ha de tancs de Unity, que ja és disponible, ho veureu amb el Samir més d'allò, i el que heu de fer és, en aquell tutorial és com una lluita entre dos tancs que va mitjançant el teclat, i el que haureu de fer és substituir el manec manual perquè tot sigui guia. Els tancs s'han de moure sols. Llavors, en la primera pràctica es tracta d'afegir tots els moviments i el patxing. I també l'haureu de fer que dispari sol. Calculant la trajectòria de baix. En la segona pràctica és una continuació de la primera, i en aquest cas el que hauríeu de fer és afegir-li behavior trees per ampliar el moviment, que vagi a buscar munició a la base i després que torni a buscar el contrincant i així. La tercera pràctica encara no la tenim feta, però sabem que serà d'aprenentatge per reforç. Serà aplicar machine learning. Llavors, cosa important, aquí hi ha unes dates, les hem posat així més o menys, poden variar una mica, però bueno, si varien serà una setmana amunt o avall, perquè ho tingueu clar. I llavors el treball l'heu de fer en parelles, les 3 pràctiques. Aneu buscant una mica la parella que us vagi bé. I després, això també ha canviat, la competència que teníem assignada fins l'any passat era Innovation, i ha canviat per la de participació i actitud en l'aprenentatge. I ja per últim teniu la reavaluació, que serà cap al febrer. La data no sé exactament, està malament, no sé si serà aquesta data. Teniu algun dubte sobre l'avaluació i tot el que hem estat fent? Som imparells. No ho sé, no ho he mirat. Si no, ja mirarem a veure com ho fem. Parleu amb el Samir sobre això dels grups el proper dia de classe, perquè com serà allà presencial, al igual serà més fàcil d'ajuntar-vos i de muntar-ho. ¿Vale? User interface no hi haurà. Bueno, al igual una mica en la tercera, ¿vale? O podeu afegir una mica en el... Bueno, sí, podeu afegir una mica en la primera i la segona. Núria, lo que us comentava, parleu amb el Samir, en funció de... serà més fàcil el ser... ¿Vale? Aquí surten parells 32, no ho he mirat. Després, quan acabi la classe, trucaré al Samir, parlem i llavors ho acabeu de parlar amb ell el dijous, a la classe de laboratori. Jo crec que és més fàcil fer-ho en directe, això. Això de tenir que fer-ho online és una mica... s'ha agafat una mica tots de marrón. Bueno, l'última part de la introducció que volia comentar-vos és una mica les referències i les eines. Vale, per acabar. Molt interessant, les referències, sobretot seguim molt el llibre aquest de Millington. Sempre ha sigut aquest, el que passa que l'any passat va sortir la tercera edició i realment està millorada. És un llibre molt car, si el podeu, jo no ho he dit això, suposo que no s'està gravant. Si el podeu trobar por ahí en PDF us ho recomano molt. És un llibre bastant totxo, amb 800 planes, i teniu bastant més de lo que farem en el curs. Jo ho agafaria com a referència per tenir-lo a casa, si us dediqueu als videojocs. I ja per últim, les eines, bàsicament el que farem servir és Unity, opció personal. Si el podeu baixar és un totxo. Però normalment fèiem servir també el GitHub. Jo el faig servir, però bueno, així ja és més personal, per guardar les dades allà, i també va molt bé per compartir, si heu de treballar amb parelles. Però això us ho deixem al vostre aire. D'acord? I aquí us deixo una mica de deures, alguns són bastant divertits, que són veure aquests vídeos que teniu aquí els enllaços. No us demanaré si els heu vist o res, us ho deixo per vosaltres. El segon, per exemple, és el que comentàvem de la finestra d'oportunitat, són un error bastant bèstia en un lloc bastant conegut. I aquí teniu una mica algunes tècniques de coses sobre IA a nivell general. Us ho deixo aquí i ja continuem. Per cert, si us copieu l'adreça que teniu a dalt, totes aquestes transparències, ja les aniré penjant en el campus virtual, però no estan en el campus, estan a GitHub. Són documents, les transparències estan fetes en Markdown i són gratuïtes. Estan fora del campus perquè un cop acabada l'assignatura podeu continuar accedint. És totalment públic, està tot públic. Vamos a posar els enllaços allà al campus perquè podeu accedir, però no necessiteu estar dintre de res. D'acord? Alguna pregunta més? Amb això hem acabat una mica el que seria la introducció. Estic pendent de lo que feu. Bueno, tenim un problema amb aquesta assignatura amb les dates. Com que tenim el Pilar pel mig, haurem de córrer una mica la teoria perquè us doni temps a fer tot. Llavors, avui començaré amb el primer tema ja i per mirar d'avançar una mica. A més, tenim un dia menys de classe i intentaré encabir les coses en tot. Llavors anem a començar amb el tema de lo que seria els steering behaviors. Aquí teniu l'adreça també allà. Això seria l'algoritme de flocking, no? El flocking d'ocells. Pues bueno, amb això la idea que tenia és fer-ho en 3 dies, aquestes transparències, d'acord? Sí. Bueno, els voids serien d'alguna manera els elements del flocking. Vale? El void és cadascun dels elements de l'algoritme de flocking. No és el mateix, però estan al mateix temps. Vale? Ja ho veurem. Vale? Fixeu-vos una mica perquè veieu el que farem és... està pensat per 3 dies, Així podem és una mica llarg, hi ha 60 transparències, miraré de fer-ho en 2 per el que us comentava dels dies de festa, per sincronitzar-ho amb el laboratori. A l'inici el que farem és explicar una mica el que són els steering behaviors, les diferents nivells de moviment. Hi ha 3, que seria a nivell cinemàtic, a nivell steering, i el que seria a través del pathfinding. Llavors agafarem un dels steerings, dels moviments de steering i ho farem amb els 3 nivells. A continuació veurem una mica el que és el NavMesh, que seria el sistema de Unity per treballar amb el pathfinding. El que fa és com una xarxa de polígons i llavors a través d'ell podem anar dient-li fent cerca de camins. Després veurem alguns steerings, no els veurem tots, hi ha molts, llavors veurem alguns així variats perquè veieu com s'executen i llavors teniu les referències. Al final aquí teniu totes les referències per si alguna vegada volem muntar alguns. A part que hi ha un altre problema i és que molts dels steerings més habituals ja estan implementats amb el NavMesh agent del Unity. Llavors tampoc té molt de sentit que els expliquem aquí. I llavors, al final acabarem fent la combinació de steerings i com a exemple veurem l'algoritme de flocking. El que farem és una mena d'aquari que es va movent els peixos dintre de l'aquari. Després veurem un resum de teoria de grafs, sobretot per les tasques que ens interessen a nosaltres, us servirà una mica de repàs i passarem a el que seria el pathfinding bàsic i el que seria el pathfinding jeràrquic. Vale? I ja al final teniu les referències. Una cosa important, tots els exemples, veureu que jo faig servir molts exemples i molt de codi, veureu molta cosa. Ho he fet tot amb recursos gratuïts, estan tots referenciats. Llavors aquí, si aneu a les referències, teniu els assets que heu utilitzat per fer tot. Vale? A part de les referències teniu tot el material de recursos, assets o imatges o àudio, tot està referenciat aquí. Ok, doncs anem a començar, començarem per el que seria el moviment. Fixeu-vos, ja això ho hem vist a la introducció. El que seria el moviment seria el punt més baix. Llavors, les dues referències interessants aquí són el llibre del que teniu a la bibliografia i aquest article de Reynolds. També el teniu referenciat al final. Aquí explica tots els steerings i és una mica el precursor de tot de l'algoritme de flocking. Llavors, en aquest article, el que és un steering, la idea és que s'han dividit el moviment en comportaments molt senzills. I el que fem és combinar tots aquests comportaments senzills per aconseguir comportaments complexos que semblin reals. Llavors aquí teniu una mica el que serien els nivells. Aquí tenim a nivell de moviment, animació, articulació. Aquí teniu el que seria la determinació de camins i per últim la planificació, estratègia, etc. En l'article Reynolds fa una tesi molt interessant que és sobre vaquers. S'escapa una vaca i llavors el moviment que fa el cavall amb el genet per anar a buscar, llavors el que seria la locomoció seria el moviment de les potes del cavall. L'action selection seria pues, el que fa el genet, ves-te'n cap allà o el que sigui, i per exemple si hi ha un obstacle per mig, pues, seria l'esquivar aquest obstacle seria el que tindríem. Ok, llavors anem a començar amb el primer nivell. El primer nivell és el nivell cinemàtic, que és un moviment estàtic. Aquí el que tindrem és un comportament molt simple i hi ha assumim dos coses. Primera, que tots els caràcters, els agents, estan vists com a punts. Llavors es treballa amb el que seria el centre de masses. I llavors quan treballem tenim models 2D o model 3D, però hi ha un molt utilitzat que s'anomena la dimensió 2,5, que això són els típics jocs que, per exemple, que hi ha un agent caminant o movent-se per una superfície. Tenim un escenari en 3D, però sempre va movent-se la gent per la superfície. Llavors el que es fa servir és aquesta matemàtica de 2,5. Això simplifica molt les matemàtiques que hi ha involucrades aquí. Llavors en moviments cinemàtics tenim com a input la posició, que és un vector, pot ser en 2 o 3 dimensions en funció del que tinguem, i una orientació, que seria un nombre real. I el que volem com a output, el que traurà l'algoritme de moviment de steering serà una velocitat, que també serà un vector, i un angle, que serà un real. Llavors el que farem és anar canviant la posició mitjançant la posició i la seva velocitat. O l'orientació, el mateix, no? Seria el gir que fa. El que fem és sumar-li a l'orientació a aquest any. Llavors, els dos moviments més bàsics que hi ha serien el seek i el flee. El seek el que fa és calcular el moviment que ha de fer un agent per anar fins a un destí. No? Aquí tenim un exemple també de l'article aquest. Aquí tindríem el target i el nostre agent que està mirant cap aquí doncs hem d'aconseguir que es mogui cap aquí. I el flee seria, normalment tots els steerings tenen un contrari. El flee seria el contrari del seek. En el seek volem que la gent vagi cap al destí, en el flee que volem és que s'allunyi del target. Llavors aquí el que tindrem és com a input la posició i l'orientació de la gent, el target, on volem anar o on volem fugir, i llavors aquí tindrem dos límits o paràmetres, que serà la màxima velocitat a la que vol moure i la màxima rotació. Llavors sempre hem de tenir en compte que intentem arribar a aquesta màxima velocitat el més ràpid possible i girar el més ràpid possible. Llavors l'output serà això. Aquí he posat un parell de vídeos perquè veieu què és el que volem aconseguir. És la primera vegada que ho faig. Llavors, a veure si ho veieu. Ho esteu veient? No, espera. Això vol dir que ho he de compartir. Vale. Ara sí que ho deveu veure. Fixeu-vos, aquí tenim la figura d'un lladre que ve a robar la moneda. Vale? Llavors, fixeu-vos que el moviment que fa de vehicle és aquest. Això seria un sí. Si s'oposa, al principi això seria, té una gorra, això seria la part de darrere. El lladre està mirant cap aquí i llavors el que fa és anar-se girant i anar movent-se cap a la moneda d'or, el tresor. Vale? Llavors fixeu-vos, una mica ràpid, fa com una paràbola. D'acord? I ara mirarem l'altre. Vídeo seria aquest. Aquí no es veu tant. Fixeu-vos, el torno a posar. Aquest seria un cas d'un humanoide. Això està mirant igual, però en aquest cas el que fa primer és girar, ara es veu, i després tira recte. D'acord? Torno a posar. Està girant i ara tira cap aquí. Vale. Ok. Ho heu pogut veure tots els dos vídeos, més o menys? Ho he mostrat bé? Perfecte. Fixeu-vos que aquí el que hem fet és, seria això, Bueno, sempre a casa us podeu tornar a veure, si voleu. Aquest seria el SIG de mode vehicle, el que està fent és girant i movent-se alhora, i amb un comportament animal o més humà, el que faria és primer girar, primer te gires i després te'n vas cap a on vols anar. Vale? Llavors, de totes maneres, l'algoritme és el mateix. Torna les dues coses, però després tu apliques el que vulguis. Aplicar les dues alhora o primer girar i després canvies la velocitat. D'acord? Llavors, aquí teniu una mica com es faria. Us explicaré una mica el que seria la matemàtica i després com ho fem en Unity, ¿vale? Aquests algoritmes. En matemàtica, sobretot, perquè sé que crec que l'única assignatura que feu de Unity és aquesta, però està també pensat perquè ho podeu aplicar després a altres Plus o o qualsevol altre llenguatge o plataforma que busqueu la Fixeu-vos, aquí teniu diverses maneres de fer coses. El primer seria calcular la direcció, ¿no? Seria quin és el vector des del lladre fins al tresor. Una cosa important aquí seria com funciona el sistema de coordenades en Unity. La Y seria l'alçada, ¿vale? Llavors, la superfície d'aquí, diguem, seria les coordenades X i la coordenada Z. Per això, quan calculem la direcció, estem restant les components en 3D, però la Y seria 0. ¿Vale? Llavors, això seria la component X del tresor, la component X del lladre, i això seria el component Z del tresor i la component Z del lladre. Una cosa important en Unity, la component Z, la fletxa Z, seria cap a on mira un agent, ¿vale? Que té el nom de forward. ¿Vale? Si consulteu el transform.forward, el transform seria tot el que té la posició, moviment, etc. Llavors, si aquí poseu el target.transfer.forward, us estaria donant cap a on apunta el component central. Llavors, fixeu-vos, per calcular la direcció, aquí el que farem és agafar la posició del target i la posició del lladre. En aquest cas, aquest codi estaria penjat del lladre, no? De l'agent lladre, i per tant aquí no li hem posat. I en canvi, com a target, li hem assignat aquesta propietat el que seria el tresor, cap on. I llavors el que fem a aquesta direction és posar-li la i a 0. Vale? Amb això tindríem el que seria el SIG, la direcció del SIG. Si el que volem fer és un flick, l'únic que hem de fer és restar al revés. Vale? Si restem el target menys el que tenim, estem fent un SIG. I si restem el que tenim menys el target, el que volem anar, el que tenim és el flick, s'allunyarà. Llavors, per calcular el vector velocitat, vale, heu de treballar amb la magnitud. No? Aquí tindríeu, això seria calcular la magnitud d'un vector, i això seria, si volem calcular la velocitat nova, seria calcular aquest valor d'aquí, el vector, per la norma. Això seria la norma. I ho multipliquem per la màxima velocitat. D'aquesta manera el que estem fent és agafar el vector, dividir-lo per la seva norma, que tindríem un vector de magnitud 1, i ho multipliquem per la velocitat. Així estaríem posant un vector velocitat en la direcció que ens interessa, però a màxima velocitat. Això en Unity com es fa? Fixeu-vos, el vector 3 ja ho té, movement, igual que aquí. El que faríem és la direcció normalitzada, que el que està fent és aplicar aquesta fórmula aquí, i multiplicar-lo per la velocitat màxima. D'acord? Amb això tindríem com calcular la direcció i la velocitat, tant en mode matemàtic com es faria en Unity. Si us fixeu, hi ha molta cosa en Unity que ja està feta, ja ens la permet calcular. I aquí tindríem com calcular la rotació. El que fem és, si tenim aquest moviment, calculem l'arc tangent dels components X, Z. Llavors, això ens ho torna en radians, i mitjançant això tenim ho estem convertint a graus. Multiplicant per rectodec ho tenim l'angle en graus. Llavors, en Unity, suposo que vector 3 no us ho he explicat, però s'entén. Un vector de 3 dimensions o un punt en 3 dimensions. El quaternion en Unity és una estructura o una dada que el que fa és guardar una rotació. Llavors, tenim diverses maneres d'incloure una rotació. En aquest cas, la manera de cridar-ho és angle axis, perquè ho estem fent amb l'angle, i ho hem de fer mitjançant l'up. L'up és el vector i. Ha de rotar aquest angle a través del vector y, que apunta cap amunt d'un agent. D'acord? Teniu algun dubte d'aquesta transparència? He suposat que les matemàtiques les entendríeu, però si qualsevol cosa em pregunteu o em pareu. S'entén tot? Ok, doncs si veieu que vaig massa ràpid m'ho dieu, i torno. Ok, llavors, un cop tenim calculats la velocitat, direcció, rotació, etc., el que fem és, important és el tractament de frames. ¿Vale? Aquí en Unity tenim una cosa que és el time.deltaTime, que el que fa és dir-nos quant de temps ha passat entre un frame i un altre, des de l'última vegada que s'ha escrit un fotograma. Aquí l'he posat com a dt, ¿vale? Que seria l'increment de temps. Llavors, per rotar, el que farem és això, transfer per rotation, i cridarem el quaternions slur. Això el que fa és rotar a poc, i aquí li passem la rotació. La rotació és la rotació que hem calculat a la transpa anterior. Això seria la rotació de l'agent, i això és la que hem calculat a la transpa anterior. I l'últim és quan voleu fer. Llavors aquí heu de fer el temps que ha passat per la velocitat de gir que té, la velocitat de rotació. Vale? Sempre heu de multiplicar això per el temps que ha passat entre un frame i un altre. Així controlarem el moviment. El mateix per la posició. Aquí li sumarem, fixeu-vos, el forward normalized, vale? Seria cap a on està apuntat, per la velocitat màxima pel diferencial de t, pel time delta time, que seria quant de temps ha passat des de l'última crida al moviment, l'últim moviment que ha fet. D'acord? I amb això ja ho tindríem. Fixeu-vos que la diferència entre l'exemple que hi havia del vehicle i el de l'animal, diguem, seria que en un cas s'aplicaven les dues coses alhora i en l'altre el que feia era primer rotar i un cop havia acabat de girar el que fem és moure'ns. D'acord? És l'única diferència que hi ha. Una altra cosa important, si us recordeu d'abans de la introducció, que són els recursos. Fixeu-vos que si apliquem tot això a tots els agents, això pot ser bastant costós. En aquest cas no, perquè aquest steering és relativament senzill, però a la mesura que es van complicant els steerings, es va complicant tot i es van combinant coses, això pot ser crític, sobretot si tenim molts agents. Llavors, normalment en Unity la funció on ficaríem això és l'update. L'update és el que es va cridant cada cert fotograma. Llavors, una manera de reduir el número de vegades que es va fent o de reduir la freqüència a les crides durant tot el curs de guia seria aquesta. No? El que fem és afegir un atribut a la classe que sigui la freqüència, no? I inicialment li assignem 0. Se li posa la F per indicar que és un float. Vale? 0F ens indicaria que frec és el 0F. Llavors en l'update, que es va cridant sol cada cert temps, el que fem és incrementar aquesta freqüència. Llavors, la freqüència és un nombre real, però està en segons. O sigui, per exemple, això el que faria és, si ha passat mig segon, vale, llavors el que fem és treu aquest segon i llavors cridem el 5. Vale? I aquí ficaríem aquestes comandes d'aquí. Vale? La rotació i la posició. D'aquesta manera el que faríem és anar-lo cridant cada mig segon i no en cada frame. D'acord? Ok, doncs això seria una mica el que seria com fer un moviment de SIG amb kinemàtics, amb cinemàtica. Us poso alguna cosa més en matemàtica que va bé sobretot per exemple per fer la distinció entre animal i vehicle o algunes coses d'aquest estil, coses que es van bé tant en matemàtiques com en Unity. Fixeu-vos, per calcular la distància entre punts seria d'aquesta forma, la distància euclídia. Això ja ho teniu fet, vector 3. La classe vector 3 ja té un mètode que es diu distància, que ens dona la distància entre dos punts. És important això per parar. Vale? Normalment els steerings mai arriben a la destinació. El que fem és parar-los abans que quan estan molt a prop. Si no, es pot arribar al cas, sobretot en moviments grupals, que se quedi penjat perquè no arribin mai a destinació. Vale? Llavors, es fa servir molt això, per exemple, com a criteri de parada. Una altra cosa important seria com calcular l'angle entre dos vectors. Aquí teniu una mica com calcular-ho en Unity, seria el valor absolut, i també en vector 3, la classe vector 3 té un mètode per calcular-ho. El que està fent aquest mètode per calcular-ho és fer servir el producte escalar. El producte escalar de dos vectors normalment es codifica així, seria aquesta operació d'aquí. Multipliquem els components x, la 6 o la z si calgués i sumem tot. Llavors, per calcular l'angle es fa servir aquesta funció d'aquí. Producte escalar dividit per les normes i apliquem l'arc-cosine. Això és el que faria aquesta funció d'aquí. Més matemàtiques, clar, l'angle entre dos vectors ens dona, en aquest cas, el positiu. A vegades ens pot interessar saber l'angle amb signe, per saber si hem de girar cap a l'esquerra o cap a la dreta. Llavors, en vector 3 es fa servir el signe angle, ¿vale? I aquí tindríeu com ho faríeu. Aquí fixeu-vos que necessitem dos vectors i la referència. Llavors, per fer-ho manualment, es fa servir el cross product. ¿Vale? Aquí teniu una mica el que està fent. Llavors, en funció de si és negatiu o positiu, ens està donant cap a on ha de girar. Aquí a la Wikipedia teniu la informació de com podríeu calcular això si ho necessitéssiu per C++ o això. Nosaltres farem servir en Unity aquest mètode aquí, l'angle amb signe. Ok. Pues amb això tindríem el que seria el moviment cinemàtic. ¿Vale? Ara passaríem a el que seria el segon nivell, que serien ja els steerings, el moviment amb steerings. El moviment cinemàtic té un inconvenient molt important i és que no és realista, no acaba de ser realista. Llavors, el que fem al incrementar aquest nivell és afegir dinamisme. El que fem és afegir acceleració. Això què vol dir? Que quan un agent es comença a moure, no comença amb la velocitat a l'oest, sinó que hi ha una certa acceleració fins que troba la velocitat màxima. I a l'hora d'arribar al final, el mateix. Comença a frenar. D'acord? Això seria una mica el que serien la diferència entre un cinemàtic i l'steering. Fixeu-vos que aquí, a part de tenir la posició i l'orientació que teníem abans, i el target el que tenim és l'acceleració i l'acceleració de gir. I acabem aconseguint el mateix, la velocitat i l'angle. Aquí ara el que farem és veure el SIG, igual, i el FLI, però amb el que seria ja un moviment d'steering. Aquí tenim un altre vídeo, vaig a ensenyar-vos, basat en el mateix. Us compartiré vale? Ara el que farà aquest és, fixeu-vos que cada vegada es mou més ràpid i ara frena, vale? Torno a posar-lo, fixeu-vos en l'acceleració. Això seria el SIG molt exagerat, L'he configurat perquè es veiés en el vídeo. Fixeu-vos aquí, ara que tenim aquí, torno una mica enrere, això seria el vector I, l'up, en Unity. I aquest d'aquí, el blau, seria el vector Z, que és el que anomena forward. I aquest seria el vector X. D'acord? Llavors, quan parlem del forward, estem parlant d'aquesta direcció d'aquí, cap a on mira. I l'I seria això. Llavors, quan calculem un gir, s'ha de fer en funció de l'app, del groc, no? De la I. És el gir que hem d'aplicar. Ok, això seria l'exemple que muntarem ara. Ara ho farem només amb el vehicle, ja no farem l'humà, però anem a veure com es calcularia tot, com faríem el SIC amb steering. Aquí teniu una mica l'update, no? El codi, que seria, això seria codi C Sharp, tindríem amb la classe del lladre tindríem el mètode update, ¿vale? I aquí el que estem fent és calcular la distància. No? Tenim un paràmetre que és la distància de parada. Si ja hem arribat, si calculem la distància, si ja hem arribat, el que fem és retorn, sortir d'aquí. ¿Vale? I ja no fa res. Aquí està fent servir el SIC, ¿vale? Tal qual, obrem com es calcula el SIC a la següent la següent trespa. Aquí hauríem de reduir la freqüència perquè no ho calculi tant. Aquí, de la forma que hem vist prèviament. Aquí l'he posat així perquè m'hi cabés tot en una transparència. ¿Vale? I fixeu-vos que aquí el que fem és ja treballar amb acceleracions. ¿Vale? Estem calculant l'acceleració que tenim i aquí el que fem és calcular l'acceleració de gir com el mínim entre la que tenim calculada i la màxima. Vale? Aquí li estem sumant velocitat en funció de l'acceleració i el temps que ha passat i aquí el que fem és el mínim entre la velocitat que tenim calculada i la màxima velocitat que tenim com a paràmetre. I el mateix amb la velocitat de moviment. Tenim l'acceleració pel diferencial de t, ho estem sumant, i aquí calculem la mínima entre la velocitat de moviment i la velocitat màxima. I fixeu-vos que aquesta part d'aquí ja seria el mateix que ja teníem amb el que seria el cinemàtic. L'SLER i el que seria la posició. I aquí tindríem una mica el SIC. Fixeu-vos que el que estem fent és el mateix abans. Calcular el vector direcció, posem la I a 0 i aquí calculem el moviment normalitzat i ara el multipliquem per l'acceleració, que seria el primer pas. Calculem SIC, que seria el primer pas d'acceleració. A mesura que va passant allà va incrementant la velocitat, a mesura que quedem a l'update. I aquí tindríem una mica el mateix. Si us fixeu és bàsicament el mateix. Llavors, tenim un altre steering ara, no tenia sentit amb el cinemàtic, però sí aquí, que el problema és que quan estem arribant al destí, mai ha d'arribar. ¿Vale? I tenim dues maneres de fer-ho, que seria mitjançant la distància de parada o mitjançant un altre steering, que seria la rail. Aquí teniu una manera de fer-ho. Aquí el que estem fent és calcular la velocitat a la que arriba a un cert punt de parada. El que fem és començar a reduir la velocitat. I és mitjançant això. Calculem la velocitat mitjançant la velocitat màxima per la distància que queda per arribar al final i dividit per el radi en el que comença a frenar. Això seria la manera de fer l'speed. Ara, si vaig a fer el mateix, veiem això. Fixeu-vos ara també comença a frenar una mica. Aquí estaria aplicant l'arriving. D'acord? Aquí el que faríem és ficar el mateix, aquesta fórmula, dintre de l'update. Quan estigui arribant, quan hagi passat un cert radi al voltant del destí, doncs, comença això. Heu de mirar que no es passi l'acceleració màxima, igual que en el sí. Ok, pues això és una mica els dos nivells bàsics de l'steering. Tindríem els cinemàtics i tindríem el que seria l'steering. Teniu algun dubte en aquest moment, abans de passar al següent tema? Perfecte. Pues anem a fer-ho així. En el laboratori, el primer dia del laboratori el que fareu... Ok. En el laboratori, el primer dia el que fareu és agafar el tutorial aquest que us he comentat dels tancs, vale? I començareu a treballar amb ell per mirar els recursos i tot això. Això servirà com a introducció a Unity. I llavors la segona setmana el que haureu de fer és implementar-ho. Implementar això. Vale? Jo crec que aquí ja acabareu d'aclarar els dubtes d'implementació d'això. Qualsevol cosa ja sabeu, teniu el meu mail, m'envieu o al Samir li pregunteu també qualsevol tema que hi hagi. I a la pràctica també l'haureu de fer, a la pràctica 1. O sigui, tot això ja ho implementareu. A veure. Ok, doncs anem a començar el tema del NavMesh. Per teoria, això que farem ara del NavMesh, el que s'hauria de fer aquí baix de tot, en el pathfinding. El que passa és que en Unity el que seria tota la tecnologia del NavMesh està molt integrada amb els steerings. Llavors, té sentit que fem una primera introducció aquí d'ús del NavMesh perquè veieu com funciona i ja comencem a fer servir els steerings que ja té implementats el Unity. No té sentit que anem fent la feina dues vegades. Per això ara introduirem el NavMesh, però heu de tenir en compte això, que el NavMesh estem parlant de pathfinding, ¿vale? Seria quasi l'últim tema d'aquest apartat. Anem a començar. Bueno, tot això del NavMesh ve d'una llibreria pública que es diu Recast, que va fer el Mononen, vale? I ho va deixar sobre la llicència Setalib. Realment aquesta llibreria és l'estat de l'art en pathfinding. La majoria de motors gràfics, motors de jocs, ho fan servir. Inclús alguns jocs propietaris com el Horizon Zero Dawn. Vale? El que va fer Unity per agafar això i incloure-ho tu en Unity és directament contractar al creador. Llavors el Mononen està treballant ara dintre de Unity. D'acord? I el Recast ha passat a ser el Navigation Mesh. Vale? Aquí teniu, amb això vermell, teniu el link a lo que seria la documentació. Jo us comentaré alguna cosa aquí, però clar, aquí teniu tota la documentació que falti. Hi ha quatre grans conceptes que ens interessa saber. Fixeu-vos, això seria un escenari 3D fet en Unity, en una escena Unity. Llavors el NavMesh són, si us fixeu, hi ha com unes ratlletes aquí. El que ha fet és dividir Unity tota la part caminable amb una xarxa de polígons. Serien polígons convexos. Vale? Una àrea convexa vol dir que des de qualsevol punt del polígon podem arribar a qualsevol altre punt. Llavors la part quasi més important seria el NavMesh, que seria aquesta xarxa de polígons. Ara després, la traspa següent, veurem com se crea això. Però bàsicament el que fem és seleccionar tots els objectes d'una escena i en acabat apretar un botó que es diu Bake i, bueno, prèviament el que fem és anar seleccionant tots els objectes que hi ha i dir-li si és caminable o no. ¿Vale? En anglès li diu el walkable o not walkable i llavors, sobretot els que són caminables, ell crea la xarxa de polígons en apretar el botó Bake. Aquest botó el podeu apretar cada vegada que vulgueu. Si feu una modificació, doncs ho torneu a fer i recalcula tot. Si moveu alguna cosa, li canvieu la mida, doncs el mateix. I llavors, doncs això, el NavMesh seria tota la part per la que es pot caminar. Si us fixeu, just en el llindar de les zones hi ha una part que no és caminable. No? I això seria, depèn del diàmetre. No? I calcula els polígons perquè una certa amplada, una gent d'una certa amplada hi pugui caminar. El segon component important seria el que seria el NavMesh Agent. Això seria un objecte al que li podem... El NavMesh Agent és un component que podem afegir a qualsevol objecte que el que fa és tenir tota l'opció de pathing, de cerca de camins i de moviment, de steering, és un munt de coses. Ara veurem què podem fer. Llavors, nosaltres podem afegir un codi en aquest, per exemple, en el messaging que ens digui vull anar fins aquí, hi ha un camí possible? I ell el que faria és calcular tot aquest camí d'aquí per arribar al final. Ho fa automàticament. Això seria el component NavMeshAgent. O sigui, el NavMesh tindríem la xarxa de polígons i el NavMeshAgent el que fa és calcular mitjançant aquesta xarxa de polígons com arribar d'una banda a l'altra. A part d'això, tenim dues coses més, que serien els obstacles NavMesh. Són també un component que podem afegir a qualsevol objecte. En aquest cas tenim aquest cub d'aquí manegat o assignat com a obstacle. Això seria, per exemple, un obstacle dinàmic, algo que es vagi movent durant el joc. Imagineu-vos que fa així, doncs llavors la gent anirà calculant també en funció d'aquest objecte que es va movent. No ho hem d'implementar nosaltres, ja està fet. I l'última cosa serien els mesh links, que serien com shortcuts. No? Podríem fer servir, per exemple, en un joc de salts per poder dir-li, mira, des d'aquí puc saltar aquí. D'acord? O per fer, per exemple, com es diu, portals, no? Per saltar d'una banda a una altra. Això serien els off-mesh links. També és un component. Li assignem aquí, hem de crear un objecte, que pot ser un objecte buit, que no es vegi, o per exemple un disc, o qualsevol cosa, i li assignem el component off-mesh link, llavors li podem dir origen i destí i ja tindríem una manera de saltar. Si el creem, al fer bake, hi ha un tic per dir-li que ho tingui en compte, llavors a l'hora de calcular els camins també podria passar per aquí, per el link. Això seria una mica els components bàsics de lo que seria el Navigation Mesh. Fixeu-vos, aquí teniu una mica, tornem al lladre i el tresor. Ho farem servir durant tot aquest, o quasi durant tot el curs, l'exemple aquest dels lladres. Llavors, aquí el que he fet és afegir a l'escena que ja teníem abans un parell d'arbres, perquè es vegi una mica més el tema dels polígons, si us fixeu. Aquí hi ha com ratlletes, no? Això seria un polígon i aquí hi ha un munt de polígons. Aquí el que he fet és això. Per treballar amb el polígon, fixeu-vos, el que heu de fer és mostrar amb el menú Window, AI, Navigation, i ens mostrarà en la finestra d'inspector al costat tindrem el Navigation aquí. I llavors aquí el que heu de fer és seleccionar els diferents objectes de la pantalla, per exemple aquí seria el terra, seleccionaríem i li diríem, fixeu-vos aquí en Navigation Area, li diríem Wall Cable. És estàtic, vull dir, això no es mourà, i en canvi el que seria el tronc de l'arbre i els dos arbres li diríem Not Wall Cable. Fixeu-vos que aquí tenim el Generate of Mesh Links, en aquest cas no hi ha per això no l'hem clicat. Vale? I llavors, si piqueu aquí al bake, aquí baix trobareu un botó que es diu bake i al apretar-lo es generaria això d'aquí. En l'escena, aquí no es veu, però sí, hi ha un tic per dir-li que mostri el NavMesh, que és aquesta zona blava. Vale? Molt petit. Em sembla que és el que està clicat. Jo no ho arribo a veure. I amb això ho tindríem. Llavors, algunes propietats que tenim interessants són, quan cliqueu la pestanya del bake seria això. Li podem dir el radi de la gent i l'eit que hauria de fer, i aquí tindríeu el màxim en el cas de que hi hagi un graó, el màxim graó que pot pujar o la màxima pendent. Si tenim una rampa, la màxima pendent que podria pujar una gent. Fixeu-vos que és relativament fàcil. Està fent una cosa bestial i aquí ho tenim tot a cop de mouse. Anem cap al NavMesh Agent. Aquí teniu una mica tot el que fa. En aquesta adreça aquí teniu aquesta informació d'aquí. Fixeu-vos que el primer que farà és utilitzar el NavMesh, trobar el camí per anar d'una banda a l'altra, ¿vale? I aquí el que diu corredor seria trobar el camí, per on ha de passar. Clar, una vegada que trobem el camí, fixeu-vos que el camí seria de quin polígon a quin polígon va. Però clar, agafaria, per exemple, el centre del polígon, el centre de masses del polígon. Llavors, normalment, aquí el corredor el que serà és el que s'anomena un suavitzat de camins. ¿Vale? Si no, el moviment que faria seria aniria com saltant o amb moltes cantonades, no? Seria molt robòtic. Llavors aquí sempre s'aplica el que seria un suavitzat de camins. I això seria el que anomenem el corredor aquest. I llavors, fixeu-vos, això seria en global, i llavors el que faig després és, fixeu-vos, steering, està fent el seek, l'arrive, això també és un steering, durant el curs no el veurem, però teniu com fer-ho, perquè ja el tenim fet aquí, que seria com anar esquivant els obstacles, el moviment i després com anar canviant completant els camins. Clar, si hi ha un objecte que es va movent, està etiquetat com a obstacle, tot això ens anirà canviant. Llavors, això és una iteració. Fixeu-vos, tot això ja ho està fent el Unity a través d'aquest component, el NavMesh Agent. Com ho utilitzem? El SIG en Unity, doncs fixeu-vos en aquest cas, aquest seria el SIG en nivell 3, utilitzant el Legend, vale? Hem de crear un atribut que sigui aquest component, i assignem, i aquí tindrem el Game Object, que seria el target, el tresor, i l'únic que heu de fer és a l'agent.destination equal a target transfer position, i ja està. Ja tenim fet el SIG. D'acord? Per fer-ho heu d'afegir el component aquest al lladre, no? I ja com a codi seria això, simplement. Llavors, dintre de les propietats que té l'agent, el NavMesh Agent, hi ha un munt d'importants. Hi ha bàsicament tres grups que ens interessen. Tots els relacionats amb el steering, fixeu-vos que tenim la velocitat, la distància de parada, si volem que no arribi allà, si volem que freni, vale? Això seria un booleà, un i bueno, tot el que sigui la velocitat de gir i totes les allò. Fixeu-vos que la majoria dels steerings els tindrem implementats aquí amb aquest agent. Tenim la manera d'esquivar objectes, aquí tenim el radi que ha de fer servir per esquivar, com ho ha de fer, i aquí tenim totes les característiques associades al pathfinding, el que passi a través dels soft-mesh links, etc. Aquí teniu, això és un link que va a la plana on teniu tota l'explicació de tots. No entrarem en detalls en totes. Són bastant autoexplicatius, llavors qualsevol cosa ho podeu consultar aquí. Ok, ara anem a lo que seria un obstacle. Fixeu-vos, en aquest cas tenim un obstacle que seria aquest vermell que se va movent. L'únic que heu de fer és afegir el component mesh obstacle al cub i ja està. I haureu d'afegir un rigid body. El rigid body és un component de física, de càlcul de física que ens permet, per exemple, la detecció de col·lisions. Vale? I s'ha d'afegir aquests dos components i ja està. I aquí teniu també la propietat. La propietat més bàsica aquí és el curve. El curve que el que fa és crear un forat en el nav mesh. Vale? Ara aquest agent no podria passar a través d'aquí. Igual, aquí teniu la documentació. Això és relativament fàcil, l'únic que heu de fer és afegir això i tactar el curve i ja està. El off-mesh link, el mateix. Fixeu-vos, això seria... aquí tenim aquell disc, la primera vegada que apareix. Si cliquem aquí en aquest disc, no és aquest d'aquí, el que està seleccionat. Vale, aquí tenim les fletxes. Aquí està fent un off-mesh link. Això seria el transform, que seria totes les propietats de posició, rotació, etc., que són les que hem estat tocant. I fixeu-vos, això serien els diferents components que afegim. Aquí, fent add component, podem dir-li que sigui, per exemple, el cilindre, li diríem un nav mesh agent. Aquí no està l'obstacle, però igual, add component, nav mesh obstacle, i en aquest cas, off-mesh link. Add component, off-mesh link. I en el cas de l'off-mesh link, heu de ficar l'start i l'end. En aquest cas, si volem fer que salti, que pugui saltar, l'start seria el de dalt i aquest seria l'end. Podeu afegir aquest component a qualsevol dels dos, tant a l'start com a l'end, és igual. I fixeu-vos aquí, ja li podeu dir si és bidireccional, totes les opcions, si està activat o no, si és wallcable o no, etc. És molt fàcil, tot és a cop de mouse i tocant les propietats aquestes. Fixeu-vos, això seria el bake. Aquí, generate of mesh link o el cable a l'hora de fer el bake i bake again. I aquí teniu les propietats. Fixeu-vos el drop age i la distància de salt. Una última cosa que no us he comentat abans, que també té el NAND Mesh, és que podem afegir diferents costos a lo que seria el NAS Mesh. El cost seria, per exemple, per ficar, imagineu-vos que aquí hi ha aigua. Vale? Podríem dir-li que té més cost nedar que no passar per aquí. Vale, llavors al calcular el pathfinding, al igual per dir-li que vagi des d'aquí a aquí, en comptes de passar per aquí, que semblaria el més curt, el que fa és donar la volta per aquí. Per què? Perquè això d'aquí té menys cost que la zona lila. Vale? I el mateix, aquí podem fer servir per fer una porta que es mogui, que no es pugui passar sempre. Fixeu-vos, aquí es veu més clar els polígons en aquesta imatge que he calculat. Ok, i això és més o menys tot a nivell d'ús de lo que seria el nav mesh. A veure. Vale. Llavors, ja per... bueno, sempre hi ha vegades que quan estem manegant components o altres coses ens passa que se'ns queda curt per alguna raó. Llavors aquí teniu una mica algunes coses més, ja més potents. Per exemple, en l'ús de l'estrella hi ha una cosa que a vegades el calcular el camí pot ser costós. Pot ser que en el següent frame encara no hagi acabat de calcular el camí que ha de seguir. ¿Vale? I això a vegades dona problemes si ho programeu a saco. No? Quan feu set destination o en destination igual a una posició, vale, és possible que no tinguem el valor. Llavors, hi ha una propietat que és path pending, que es diu si ha acabat de calcular el camí o no. Vale? Això és important segons l'escenari que tingueu. Podeu tenir això, podeu trobar que encara no hi hagi arribat i es comenci a donar error. Llavors, quan us passa això, heu de treballar amb aquesta propietat d'aquí, que ens diu si ha acabat de calcular el camí o no. Una altra cosa important és que, bueno, el que seria el camí és un name-mesh path, que us dona com una lista de waypoints, no? Una llista dels punts per als que ha de passar. Aquesta és l'estructura de dades en el que la guarda. Llavors, podem accedir a aquesta llista. Aquí teniu la documentació de com accedir. I això pot fer que, per exemple, segons el cas, us pogués interessar no fer servir el name-mesh agent, sinó programar-lo vosaltres. Llavors aquí tindríeu com accedir a l'estructura de dades i la documentació de com treballar amb ella. I aquí el mateix a l'hora de calcular polígons. Aquí tenim l'accés directament als polígons. I aquí teniu la manera de com els components que ens permeten construir el name-mesh. Si us quedeu curts, la gràcia una mica de tot això és que està obert i ho podeu tocar, vosaltres podeu heredar i construir el vostre propi sistema. I, bueno, això és tot el que té a veure el que seria el name-mesh. Ok. Teniu alguna pregunta sobre tot això? Perfecte. Ok. Els waypoints ho veurem la setmana que ve. Els waypoints es fan servir, per exemple, és que m'he colat amb el nom, són directament una llista de punts. Per exemple, si vols fer que un agent patrulli, d'acord? Que estigui donant voltes al voltant d'alguna banda, o el que es fa és crear un circuit de punts per als que ha de passar. I això són els waypoints. Per exemple, també es podria fer servir en un circuit de carreres per fer que un cotxe vagi donant voltes, no? en un joc de curses. Llavors el que fem és posar els punts per als que ha de passar. També, per exemple, serviria per saber si un cotxe està fent trampes, que si s'està saltant algun waypoint. Això seria la llista de punts. Llavors, en pathfinding, el name-mesh path el que està fent és calcular la llista de punts per als que ha de passar. D'acord? Llavors, això està suavitzat i llavors seria la llista de punts que pot anar més o menys en línia recta. Vale? Si tinc que haver fer com una mena de curva, passar per un laberint, doncs a cada cantonada segurament tindré el que s'anomena un waypoint. És un lloc per al que he de passar. D'acord? Molt bé. Teniu alguna pregunta més? No. Bueno, pues jo crec que el que faria, no vull ficar-vos més canya, vale? Ja hem ficat molta cosa aquí dintre. I jo el que us recomano ara que feu, bueno, de cara a la setmana que ve, per exemple, bueno, amb el Samir treballeu amb el Tanks, però jo intentaria instal·lar-vos sobretot el Unity a la vostra màquina, si no el teniu instal·lat ja, i intentar fer, per exemple, aquest últim, no? Treballar i intentar programar algun steering o alguna cosa. Alguna versió en concret? És igual. Podeu instal·lar... Jo tinc no sé si és l'última o la penúltima. No hi ha problema. Em sembla que l'última estable són del 2019, però jo tinc les d'aquest any i funciona bé. Vale? O una última cosa abans de marxar, perquè no vull introduir més, és comentar-vos les referències. Vale? Vaig un moment al final. Fixeu-vos, aquí són les referències. Bueno, la referència bàsica, ja us ho he comentat abans, és aquest llibre, el llibre de l'assignatura, i en aquest tema en concret, aquest article, el del Reinos del 99. Jo crec que és l'inici de tot aquest tinglado. Aquí teniu el PDF, us el podeu baixar. ¿Vale? Llavors hi ha un curs que he fet servir algunes coses, que seria aquest d'aquí, que és un curs de Unity, però hi ha coses que estan bé i hi ha coses que estan malament. L'he referenciat perquè he utilitzat alguna cosa, però bueno, millor passeu aquests dos, i llavors aquest és boníssim. Aquest vídeo és un vídeo i un GitHub. Jo crec que és el més xulo que he vist sobre flocking. ¿Vale? És bestial aquest recurs aquí. Llavors, això seria a nivell de referències. A nivell de llibreries, hi ha dos importants. Sobretot aquestes llibreries les he posat per no utilitzar-les a Unity. Sí, per exemple, si heu d'integrar alguna cosa en C++ o alguna cosa d'aquestes. Una és el senyor aquest dels steerings, el Reynolds, té una implementació en C++ dels steerings, ¿vale? que és totalment gratuïta, la podeu baixar. I l'altra és la del recast, que seria el NatMesh, però gratuït per si no treballeu en Unity. I ja el que us volia comentar, sobretot si feu alguna cosa, si voleu provar, són aquests assets. ¿Vale? El S Primitive People, aquí teniu el que seria els ninos, que he fet servir el lladre, però també teniu un policia, teniu un zombi, de la mateixa manera, dibuixat amb una càpsula, hi ha un cavaller, hi ha així, no? Està molt bé per treballar. Aquest d'aquí, aquest asset, tots aquests assets són gratuïts, és el que he tret els arbres i les roques, d'acord? I aquest d'aquí són textures, és un asset de textures. Aquí, per exemple, d'aquí he tret el que seria la gespa, ¿vale? I aquest no me'n recordo per què l'he fet servir. Segurament que serà per lo del flocking o algun exemple més tard. Això de moment no ho farem servir, és per lo dels waypoints, i això també per l'aquari. És una imatge que he fet servir per l'aquari, pel tema del flocking. D'acord? Ho feu servir, si voleu replicar una mica l'exercici, que us ho recomano, feu servir aquests tres assets d'aquí. Això, el lila són o rosa, aquest color, són links. Vale? Ho podeu baixar gratuït tot i ja està. He intentat fer-ho tot amb tot el curs amb software gratuït, o recursos gratuïts. I ja està. Jo ho deixaré aquí i llavors la setmana que ve intentarem acabar el que queda, el que serien ja els steerings, l'algoritme de flocking, i això ja no sé si em donarà temps d'acabar-ho, però bueno, així ja anirem bé de cara a lo que seria anar al laboratori amb la teoria donada. D'acord? Algun comentari, pregunta, dubte? No? Ok, doncs avui ho deixarem aquí. Us recordo les meves adreces de correu, ¿vale? Apunteu-les. Si voleu contactar amb mi, ja sigui ara o quan hagi acabat el curs. La primera adreça de correu és la meva de la UPC. Jo dono classes a la Facultat d'Informàtica i també i a la d'Industrials, i aquesta seria la personal. No, tot el llibre està molt bé. Jo us recomano buscar el que estem fent, perquè és que el llibre seria per fer 2 o 3 cursos d'IA, d'acord? Jo el que faria és intentar-lo trobar d'alguna manera. És molt car, no sé si val 100 euros, una cosa així. Jo l'intentaria buscar en PDF, ¿vale? 70, veus? Sí. Jo el tinc, me'l vaig comprar perquè el faig servir molt, però recordo que em va costar un paston. I sobretot mireu que sigui la versió 3, ¿vale? La versió en el que està el Millington. La versió 2 són 2 autors. Ok, perfecte. Me alegro molt. Presuntamente. Jo no he dit res, tampoc. Està molt bé. Jo us ho recomano, jo intentaria mirar per aquí, per les traspes que us dono. I el que no us quedi clar, doncs podeu, o el que vulgueu estendre, perquè per exemple el tema dels steerings és immens. No, clar, amb el temps limitat hem d'escollir uns quants, no? Jo he escollit una mica els que no estan dintre de l'agent, no? Del NetMesh, perquè veieu algun més, però és immens. Llavors allà teniu tota la informació. Per exemple, el com esquivar obstacles, l'obstacle avoidance. Sí, 1000 planes, sí, és un totxo, I qualsevol dubte que tingueu, tant de laboratori i tal, ja sabeu, En teoria, amb el Samir, en principi jo havia de fer Barcelona i ell havia de fer Terrassa. Però jo sóc asmàtic i per això m'he quedat amb la teoria dels dos, per fer-ho des de casa. Vale? Lo del llibre, el que us deia. El que no entengueu, el que vulgueu buscar més informació, etc. Les seccions. Jo us recomano que el tingueu, ja sigui en PDF o com sigui, de cara a futur, no? A fer-ho servir bé. No, en principi no necessiteu llegir-lo. Jo seria més com a consulta i perquè el tingueu. Vale? Quan tingueu algun dubte, al igual hi ha algun exemple que està bé. Per exemple, la part inicial de l'estir, bueno, això era més en l'article, però bueno, en general, La part que està més fluixa del llibre per mi és la part de lo que seria machine learning, no? D'aprenentatge automàtic, però la resta està superbé. En aprenentatge ja us donaré més referències, també quan arribem a la plana i vídeos demostratius i això ja ho veureu. Vale. Recordeu que totes les traspes meves són públiques, us apunteu i ja està. Us aniré deixant el campus virtual una pregunta que us volia fer. Voleu que us pengi els exàmens dels 3 anys? El que passa que seran diferents l'examen, ja us dic, perquè l'any passat 40% de la nota total i ara 25%, hi haurà canvis. No us ho agafeu com això, com que serà d'aquesta manera. Vale? Miraré de penjar-ho durant aquesta setmana. Perfecte, farem així. Vale? Intentaré aquesta setmana recopilar-los i penjar-los. Si veieu que la setmana que ve no ho he penjat, m'ho dieu, us recordeu, Ok, pues ho deixem aquí. Fins la setmana que ve. Espero que us agradi la assignatura.